What if Harry found a goblin blood contract at age 7 that made him the legal owner of Azkaban? Chapter 1, The Blood Covenant. The summer heat pressed down on Privet Drive like a heavy blanket, making the perfectly manicured lawns wilt despite the neighbors' best efforts. 7-year-old Harry Potter wiped sweat from his forehead as he pulled another weed from Aunt Petunia's garden. His knees ached from kneeling on the hard ground for hours, and his stomach growled painfully, reminding him that he'd been denied breakfast again. "Boy! You'd better be finished with those weeds before Vernon gets home." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice called from the kitchen window. Harry didn't bother answering. He'd learned that responding only invited more criticism. Instead, he yanked another dandelion from the soil, adding it to the growing pile beside him. The sun beat down mercilessly on his exposed neck, already turning pink from sunburn. A familiar shadow fell across the lawn. Harry tensed, recognizing his cousin's lumbering approach without needing to look up. "Mum says you're in big trouble," Dudley taunted, kicking dirt onto Harry's freshly weeded section. Harry bit back a response. "I'm almost done. Dad's bringing home important company tonight. Mum says you have to stay upstairs and pretend you don't exist." Dudley smirked, his pudgy face alight with malice. "Or maybe we should lock you in your cupboard." "I'll stay out of the way," Harry muttered, gathering the weeds into a paper sack. His cupboard was stifling in this heat. "Hey!" Dudley suddenly lunged forward, grabbing something from the soil near Harry's knee. It was the plastic knight figure Harry had found discarded in the park last week. He'd been secretly carrying it in his pocket while he worked. "This is mine." "No, it's not," Harry said, standing up. "I found it." "Everything in this house is mine," Dudley declared, pocketing the toy. "What are you going to do about it, orphan boy?" Something hot and angry flared in Harry's chest. The paper sack of weeds between them suddenly tipped over, spilling dirt across Dudley's new trainers. Neither boy had touched it. Dudley's eyes widened in momentary fear before narrowing dangerously. "You did that. You did one of your freaky things." "I didn't," Harry began, but Dudley was already running toward the house. "Mom! Harry's doing it again." Harry's stomach sank. He knew what was coming. Within moments, Aunt Petunia appeared at the door, her horse-like face contorted with anger and fear. "Inside." "Now," she hissed, glancing nervously at the neighboring houses. Harry walked slowly toward the inevitable punishment, his mind already racing ahead to potential hiding places. He needed somewhere new, somewhere Dudley wouldn't think to look. As he passed through the kitchen, Aunt Petunia grabbed his skinny arm. "I've told you never to do those abnormal things," she whispered furiously. "Vernon will hear about this when he gets home. Until then, go upstairs and stay there." Harry wrenched his arm free and darted up the stairs, grateful for the reprieve, however temporary. Dudley thundered after him, but Harry was quicker. He darted past the bedrooms, looking desperately for a place to hide. At the end of the hall, he noticed the cord hanging from the ceiling, the entrance to the attic. Without thinking twice, Harry jumped up and caught the cord, pulling down the folding ladder. He scrambled up before Dudley rounded the corner, pulling the ladder up after him and closing the hatch as quietly as possible. The attic engulfed him in stifling heat and darkness. "Where'd he go?" he heard Dudley mutter in the hallway below. His cousin's heavy footsteps passed beneath the attic hatch, then retreated down the hall. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Dust motes swirled in the thin beams of light filtering through the small round window at the far end of the attic. Harry had never been up here before. Uncle Vernon kept it locked most of the time, claiming there was nothing but old junk stored away. In the dim light, Harry could make out stacked boxes, old furniture, and what looked like Dudley's broken toys from years past. He crawled forward carefully, trying not to make the floorboards creak. The attic was like a treasure trove of forgotten things, and despite his predicament, Harry felt a surge of curiosity. He'd be stuck here for at least an hour while Dudley lost interest in the hunt. Harry moved toward the window, hoping for better light. His knee bumped against a small wooden chest, sending it sliding a few inches across the dusty floor with a scraping sound that seemed thunderous in the quiet space. He froze, listening for any reaction from below. When none came, he turned his attention to the chest. It was old, made of dark wood with tarnished brass fixtures. Unlike everything else in the attic, it seemed free of dust, as though protected by some invisible force. Harry ran his fingers along the ornate lock. To his surprise, it clicked open at his touch. "That's weird," he whispered to himself. The lid creaked slightly as he raised it. Inside lay a single rolled parchment, yellowed with age and tied with a deep crimson ribbon. Harry lifted it carefully, surprised by its weight. As he turned it in his hands, something hard shifted inside the rolled paper. Curiosity overcame caution. Harry tugged gently at the ribbon, which came undone with surprising ease. As he unrolled the parchment, a small object fell into his lap, a silver key, intricately designed with a handle shaped like a raven with outstretched wings. The parchment itself was covered in elaborate script that seemed to shimmer slightly in the dim light. At the bottom was what looked like a wax seal next to a dark brown stain. Harry squinted at the flowing script, "By ancient rite and covenant sworn, the house of Potter stands guard forevermore. Blood of their blood shall hold the key, to Azkaban's halls by sacred decree. Should this contract find heir of Potter line, press blood to seal and claim what's thine. Gringotts bears witness to this solemn trust, Potter and Azkaban, bound as they must." Harry frowned, reading the strange poem again. Potter, that was his name. Was this something that had belonged to his family? Aunt Petunia had always claimed his parents left him nothing but trouble. His finger traced over the brown stain at the bottom of the document. It looked like dried blood next to the strange seal. "Press blood to seal," he read aloud softly. A sudden noise from downstairs made Harry jump. The parchment slipped from his fingers, and as he grabbed for it, the edge sliced across his palm. "Ouch!" Harry gasped, drawing back his hand. A thin line of red welled up across his palm. Before he could reach for something to stop the bleeding, a drop of blood fell, landing squarely on the seal at the bottom of the parchment. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The parchment began to glow with a blue-white light that illuminated the entire attic. The blood stain, both the ancient one and Harry's fresh drop, shimmered and merged, the light pulsing like a heartbeat. The silver key in his lap grew warm, then hot, forcing Harry to drop it onto the parchment. A low humming filled the air, building in intensity until Harry's teeth vibrated with it. Then, with a sound like thunder, a blinding flash of light erupted from the parchment. Harry threw his hands up to shield his eyes. When he lowered them, he wasn't alone. Standing before him was a small, wrinkled creature with pointed ears, a long, hooked nose, and dark, intelligent eyes. It wore what looked like an impeccably tailored three-piece suit in charcoal gray, complete with a gold watch chain. The creature regarded Harry with an expression of mild surprise. "Well," it said in a gravelly voice, "this is unexpected. The Potter heir, activating the covenant at last." Harry scrambled backward until he hit a stack of boxes. What are you?" The creature offered a smile that showed rows of pointed teeth. "Grimclaw, Senior Accounts Manager at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, at your service." He gave a slight bow. "And you are Harry Potter, I presume?" Harry nodded mutely, his mind reeling. "Wizarding Bank," he finally managed. Grimclaw's eyes narrowed. "You don't know about Gringotts? About your heritage?" When Harry shook his head, the goblin's expression darkened. "Most irregular. The ministry assured us you were being properly educated about your place in our world." "My place? What world?" "I don't understand any of this," Harry said, his voice stronger now as confusion gave way to frustration. "Are you saying, magic is real?" Grimclaw stared at him for a long moment. "Mr. Potter, not only is magic real, but you have just activated one of the most ancient blood contracts in Wizarding Britain. A contract that has been dormant for generations, waiting for a Potter to claim their hereditary responsibility. He gestured to the parchment, still glowing faintly between them. You are now the legal owner of Azkaban Fortress. Azkaban? What's that? The goblin's expression was unreadable. The wizarding prison, Mr. Potter. The most secure and feared magical facility in Britain. And according to this covenant, it belongs to you. Harry looked from the goblin to the parchment and back again. This had to be some elaborate prank, perhaps Dudley had put someone up to it. But deep down, Harry knew this was real. It explained too much, the strange things that happened around him, the Dursleys' fear of anything abnormal, the dreams he sometimes had of flying motorcycles and flashes of green light. Why would my family own a prison? Harry asked, his practical nature asserting itself despite the shock. Grimclaw seemed pleased by the question. A matter of history. Azkaban was not always a prison. It was originally a fortress, built by your ancestors in collaboration with goblin architects. Only later did the Ministry of Magic convert it to a prison. The terms of the ancient contract were clear. While the ministry might administer Azkaban, ownership would always remain with the Potter bloodline. A loud banging from below interrupted them. Boy! Where are you hiding? Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the house. Harry's blood ran cold. My uncle, he whispered urgently. He can't find you here. He hates anything to do with magic, Grimclaw finished for him. The goblin straightened his suit jacket. Mr. Potter, I believe it's time we formalized your inheritance. This situation requires immediate attention, particularly given your apparent ignorance of your heritage. He reached into an inside pocket and withdrew a small, ornate dagger. We will need more blood to complete the ritual properly. Harry glanced nervously at the attic hatch. Uncle Vernon's footsteps were moving up the stairs now. There's no time, he said. He'll be furious if he finds us. Grimclaw's expression hardened. Mr. Potter, you have activated a covenant that has legal standing in both wizarding and goblin law. Your guardian's opinions on the matter are irrelevant. Before Harry could protest, the goblin took his hand, reopened the small cut with the dagger, and pressed Harry's bleeding palm firmly onto the parchment. I, Grimclaw of Gringotts, bear witness to the activation of the Azkaban Covenant by Harry James Potter, rightful heir to the House of Potter, the goblin intoned formally. The parchment erupted with light once more, brighter than before. Harry felt a strange sensation, like invisible threads wrapping around him, binding him to something distant yet powerful. The silver key rose into the air, hovering for a moment before shooting toward Harry. Instead of striking him, it seemed to dissolve into his chest, leaving a momentary warmth before fading. A thunderous pounding on the attic hatch broke the moment. Boy! I know you're up there. Open this hatch immediately. Grimclaw regarded the hatch with disdain. Your relatives, I presume. Harry nodded, suddenly terrified of Uncle Vernon's reaction. The Dursleys punished him severely for the slightest hint of abnormality, and this was beyond anything that had happened before. Perhaps it's time I met these people who have kept the heir of Azkaban in ignorance, Grimclaw said, his voice dangerously calm. He snapped his fingers, and the attic hatch flew open with such force that it banged against the floor. Uncle Vernon's purple face appeared in the opening, contorted with rage that quickly transformed into shock at the sight of the goblin standing next to Harry. What the devil, he began, before his voice choked off. Grimclaw stepped forward to the edge of the opening. Mr. Dursley, I presume. I am Grimclaw of Gringotts. Your nephew has just claimed his hereditary position as owner of Azkaban Fortress through ancient blood covenant. I must insist you and your family join us in your sitting room for an immediate discussion of the implications. Uncle Vernon's face cycled rapidly through shades of purple, red, and finally a sickly white. His mouth opened and closed wordlessly. This is not negotiable, Grimclaw added, his voice like steel. There's no such thing as magic. Vernon finally spluttered. Grimclaw smiled, showing all his pointed teeth. With a snap of his fingers, Vernon Dursley rose into the air and gently floated backward down the hall, his feet kicking uselessly several inches above the floor. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, turning back to Harry. "After you." Harry hesitantly approached the opening, unsure if he was about to step from one nightmare into another. But as he descended the ladder, clutching the ancient parchment, he felt something new stirring inside him, a sense of belonging, of rightness, as though pieces of a puzzle were finally coming together. In the sitting room, Aunt Petunia screamed when she saw Grimclaw. Dudley tried to hide his massive bulk behind her, eyes wide with terror. "What have you brought into our house?" Vernon demanded, having been deposited rather unceremoniously onto the sofa. His face was still ashen, but anger was quickly replacing fear. "I didn't bring him," Harry said, surprising himself with his steady voice. "He came because of this." He held up the parchment, which still glowed faintly. Grimclaw cleared his throat. "I represent Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the custodian of the Azkaban Covenant for the past 7 centuries. Today, Mr. Potter has activated his blood right as owner of Azkaban Fortress. This has significant legal and magical implications that must be addressed immediately. We don't want anything to do with your freakish nonsense." Vernon bellowed, finding his courage. "We took the boy in out of the goodness of our hearts, but we never agreed to. You took him in," Grimclaw interrupted coldly, "and kept him ignorant of his heritage, his wealth, and his standing in wizarding society. That ends today." "Wealth?" Harry couldn't stop himself from asking. The goblin turned to him. "The Potter vaults are among the oldest and most substantial at Gringotts, Mr. Potter. That is a separate matter we shall address shortly. For now, the Covenant takes precedence." Aunt Petunia, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. "Lily had money. Magic money. Your sister was the wife of Lord James Potter, heir to one of Britain's oldest wizarding families," Grimclaw stated flatly. "And yes, they left their son a considerable inheritance, which you were surely informed of when you took guardianship." Petunia's gaze flickered to Vernon, who avoided her eyes. "What exactly does owning this Azkaban mean?" Harry asked, trying to understand. Grimclaw turned to Harry with an expression that might have been respect. "Excellent question, Mr. Potter. Azkaban Fortress is currently used as the primary magical prison for Wizarding Britain. It houses the most dangerous criminals in our society and is guarded by entities known as Dementors. As owner, you control the wards, access, and ultimately, the disposition of the facility itself." "He's 7 years old." Petunia burst out. "He can't own a prison." "Age is irrelevant to blood covenants," Grimclaw replied. "But practical considerations will of course be taken into account. Until Mr. Potter reaches his majority, a regent can be appointed to handle day-to-day operations, though final authority remains with him." A sharp crack from outside made everyone jump. Through the window, Harry saw a tall figure in dark robes walking purposefully up the garden path. "Ah," said Grimclaw. "It seems news travels fast. That would be a representative from the Ministry of Magic." Vernon lurched to his feet. "Now see here. I won't have any more of your kind invading my home. This is breaking and entering." "I believe," Grimclaw said quietly, "you'll find magical law supersedes Muggle property rights in matters concerning blood covenants. But please, feel free to explain your position to Madam Bones." The doorbell rang. When no one moved to answer it, Grimclaw sighed and snapped his fingers. The front door swung open, revealing a stern-looking woman with short gray hair and a monocle. She wore deep purple robes and carried herself with an air of authority. "Grimclaw," she nodded to the goblin. "Gringotts informed us of unexpected Covenant activity." Her eyes found Harry. "Mr. Potter, I presume?" "I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry straightened unconsciously under her gaze. "Hello." Amelia Bones entered, closing the door behind her with a wave of what Harry now recognized must be a wand. She surveyed the scene, the cowering Dursleys, the defiant Goblin, and Harry standing between them with the glowing parchment. "The Azkaban Covenant," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "Active after all these years. This complicates matters." "Only for those who sought to circumvent Goblin treaty law," Grimclaw responded pointedly. Madame Bones sighed. The Ministry's position has always been that the Covenant was symbolic rather than binding. A historical curiosity. The magic clearly disagrees, Grimclaw gestured to the glowing parchment. As does Gringotts. "What's going to happen now?" Harry asked, drawing everyone's attention. Madame Bones studied him with keen eyes. "That depends, Mr. Potter. The Covenant is complex magic, binding the Potter bloodline to Azkaban Fortress. It cannot be broken, but arrangements must be made given your age and circumstances." She glanced disapprovingly at the Dursleys. "I want to understand what this means," Harry said firmly. "If this belonged to my parents, to my family, I want to know about it." Something in his tone made Madame Bones look at him more carefully. "You've been kept ignorant of your heritage," she stated rather than asked. "We were told to keep him away from all that nonsense." Vernon burst out. "Dumbledore said, Dumbledore has no legal authority over inheritance matters," Grimclaw interrupted. "Particularly those governed by blood covenant." "Albus will need to be informed," Madame Bones said, more to herself than the others. She turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, the Covenant grants you ownership of Azkaban Fortress, but practical control will require further arrangements. For now, I need to verify the Covenant's activation." She extended her hand. "May I?" Harry hesitantly passed her the parchment. Madame Bones examined it, waving her wand over the blood seal. She frowned slightly. "The magic is unambiguous," she confirmed. "Mr. Potter is indeed the rightful owner of Azkaban under the ancient covenant." She returned the parchment to Harry. "This will require an emergency session of the Wizengamot." "The what?" Harry asked. "Wizarding Britain's High Court and legislative body," Grimclaw explained. "Where, I might add, the Potter family holds a hereditary seat." This seemed to surprise Madame Bones. "You intend to claim the Potter seat as well?" "Mr. Potter will claim everything that is rightfully his," the Goblin stated firmly. "Beginning today." Harry felt overwhelmed but strangely exhilarated. For years, he'd been told he was nothing, a burden, unwanted. Now, in the space of an hour, he discovered not only that magic was real, but that he had a place in that magical world, a significant one, apparently. "What about us?" Petunia asked shrilly. "We never asked for any of this." Madame Bones regarded her coolly. "You accepted guardianship of Mr. Potter, along with the stipend provided for his care." "Stipend?" Harry asked sharply. This was the first he'd heard of money being provided for him. An awkward silence fell. Vernon's face flushed dark red. "We've spent far more raising the boy than any pittance," he began. "The monthly allowance from the Potter estate is quite generous," Grimclaw interrupted. "As Mr. Potter's guardian account manager, I can provide a full accounting of all disbursements." Harry felt a surge of anger. All these years being told he was a burden, being given Dudley's cast-offs, sleeping in a cupboard, while the Dursleys were being paid to care for him. Something of his feelings must have shown on his face, because Madame Bones stepped closer to him. "Mr. Potter, I think it would be best if we continued this discussion at the Ministry. There are many matters to address, and this environment seems unconducive." "He's not going anywhere," Vernon declared. "We're his legal guardians." "A status that may be revisited in light of recent revelations," Madame Bones replied coldly. She turned to Harry. "The choice is yours, Mr. Potter. You may remain here while the Ministry and Gringotts make necessary arrangements, or you may accompany us to sort things out directly." It wasn't really a choice at all. Harry nodded firmly. I'll come with you. Now wait just a minute. Vernon began, but Madam Bones silenced him with a look. Mr. Dursley, your guardianship is currently under review. I suggest you cooperate fully until legal determinations are made. She turned to Grimclaw. The Ministry acknowledges Gringotts' oversight of the Covenant. A joint session to determine practical implementation will be required. The Goblin nodded. Acceptable, provided Mr. Potter's interests are properly represented. I need some of my things, Harry said, thinking of the few possessions he valued. That won't be necessary just yet, Madam Bones assured him. This is a preliminary meeting only. You'll return here afterward while arrangements are made. She gave the Dursleys a stern look. And I trust Mr. Potter will be accommodated properly upon his return. Vernon and Petunia exchanged nervous glances but said nothing. Dudley, who had been watching the proceedings with uncharacteristic silence, suddenly blurted out, "Is Harry really rich?" Grimclaw smiled his pointed-toothed smile. Mr. Potter is the sole heir to the Potter fortune and now the owner of Azkaban Fortress. Rich would be an understatement. Harry couldn't help the small smile that formed on his lips at the look of stunned disbelief on the Dursleys' faces. Come, Mr. Potter, Madam Bones said, extending her hand. We have much to discuss. Harry took her hand, clutching the ancient parchment in his other. As they walked toward the door, he turned back to look at the Dursleys, his relatives who had never been family. I'll be back later, he said, with more confidence than he felt. We'll talk about my new bedroom then. Before they could respond, Madam Bones led him outside. Grimclaw followed, closing the door behind them. We'll apparate directly to the Ministry, Madam Bones explained. It may feel uncomfortable your first time. What's apparate? Harry asked, but his question was answered when Madam Bones gripped his arm firmly and the world suddenly compressed around him. It felt like being squeezed through a very tight rubber tube. Just when he thought he couldn't breathe, the pressure released, and they were standing in a grand atrium unlike anything Harry had ever seen. The ceiling soared high above them, deep blue and gleaming with golden symbols that moved like stars. Fireplaces lined the walls, occasionally flaring green as people stepped out of the flames. A magnificent fountain dominated the center of the atrium, featuring golden statues of various magical beings. The Ministry of Magic, Madam Bones announced. This way, Mr. Potter. We'll use my office for privacy. People stared as they passed. At first, Harry thought it was because of Grimclaw, but he soon realized they were looking at him. Whispers followed them across the atrium. Is that Harry Potter? The boy who lived. What's he doing with Amelia Bones and a Gringotts goblin? Harry tried to ignore the attention as they entered an elevator that announced floors in a cool female voice. They exited at Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and followed Madam Bones down a corridor to a large office with Amelia Bones, department head, on the door. Once inside, Madam Bones waved her wand, and the door sealed itself with a soft click. Privacy charms, she explained. What we're about to discuss is highly sensitive. Grimclaw took a seat without waiting for an invitation. The Covenant takes precedence over Ministry regulations, Madam Bones. Let's not pretend otherwise. Madam Bones sighed as she settled behind her desk. No one is disputing the magic of the Covenant, Grimclaw. But surely you understand the practical difficulties. Azkaban is our highest security facility, housing our most dangerous criminals. It can't simply be handed over to a 7-year-old boy, Covenant or no Covenant. The Covenant doesn't require Mr. Potter to personally administer the prison, Grimclaw countered. Only that he retain ownership and final authority. A regent can handle daily operations until he comes of age. And who would you suggest as regent? Madam Bones asked. Gringotts would be willing to provide administrative oversight, as neutral third-party custodians of the Covenant. Madam Bones looked skeptical. The Wisengamot would never approve giving goblins control of our prison system, even temporarily. Excuse me, Harry interrupted, tired of being talked about as if he weren't present. But what exactly does owning Azkaban mean? What would I have to do? Both adults turned to him, seeming slightly surprised by his intervention. An excellent question, Mr. Potter, Grimclaw approved. The Covenant establishes your ownership of the physical fortress and grounds of Azkaban, as well as control over its wards and security measures, including, theoretically, the Dementors that guard it. Dementors? Harry asked. Magical creatures that feed on human happiness, Madame Bones explained, her expression grim. They drain joy from their surroundings, leaving only despair. They serve as Azkaban's primary security force. Harry frowned. That sounds horrible. It is, she agreed. Which is partly why this situation is so complex. The Dementors are dangerous, barely controlled entities. The idea of them answering to anyone other than the Ministry is concerning. Do they have to stay there? Harry asked. If I own Azkaban, can't I change how it works? Madame Bones and Grimclaw exchanged glances. Technically, Grimclaw said slowly, the Covenant grants you that authority. However, there would be significant political opposition to any major changes. The arrangement with the Dementors dates back centuries, Madame Bones added. Before we considered more humane approaches to incarceration. Harry considered this. So the Ministry uses my family's fortress as a prison, with these Dementor things guarding it, but I actually own it? A simplified version, but essentially correct, Grimclaw nodded. And now that I've activated this covenant, what happens? Madame Bones leaned forward. That's what we need to determine, Mr. Potter. The Ministry has administered Azkaban for generations, operating under the assumption that the covenant was dormant or symbolic. Your activation of it forces us to reconsider those arrangements. Harry looked down at the parchment in his hands, still glowing faintly. I didn't know what I was doing. I just cut my finger accidentally. Blood magic doesn't recognize accidents, Grimclaw said. The covenant activated because it recognized you as the rightful heir, regardless of your intentions. A knock at the door interrupted them. Madame Bones waved her wand, and the door opened to reveal a tall, thin wizard with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. He wore magnificent purple robes spangled with silver stars. Ah, Amelia, he said pleasantly. I received your urgent message. I see young Harry is with you, and... His eyes twinkled slightly, Grimclaw of Gringotts as well. This must be about the Azkaban Covenant. Albus, Madame Bones nodded. Yes, Mr. Potter has activated the covenant. We were just discussing the implications. Headmaster Dumbledore, Grimclaw acknowledged with noticeably less warmth. The elderly wizard entered, closing the door behind him. Harry, he smiled gently. It's wonderful to see you, though I confess I hadn't expected our first meeting to be under these circumstances. Harry studied the famous wizard he'd heard mentioned several times in the past hour. You're Dumbledore. The one who left me with the Dursleys. Something flickered in the old man's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or concern. I arranged for you to live with your mother's sister, yes. It was the safest place for you after your parents' deaths. Harry felt a surge of anger. They hate magic. They kept me in a cupboard under the stairs. They told me my parents died in a car crash. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I was not aware your aunt and uncle would treat you so poorly, Harry. For that, I am truly sorry. That's not good enough, Harry said, surprising himself with his boldness. And now I find out they were getting money to take care of me, but they always called me a burden. Dumbledore glanced at Madame Bones, who nodded confirmation. There will be time to address those concerns, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. But first, we must deal with the immediate issue of the covenant. He gestured to the glowing parchment. May I? Harry hesitated, then handed over the ancient document. Dumbledore examined it carefully, his expression growing more serious as he read. The magic is strong, he murmured. Stronger than I would have expected after so many generations. He looked up at Harry. Do you understand what this means, Harry? I think so, Harry said. My family owns Azkaban Fortress, and now I do. But everyone's worried because I'm too young to run a prison. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. Succinctly put. Yes, that is the practical concern. But there are deeper implications as well. He returned the parchment to Harry. The Covenant doesn't just grant ownership, it creates a magical connection between you and Azkaban itself. Have you felt anything unusual since activating it? Harry thought for a moment. There was a silver key that seemed to go into me. And I feel something distant, like knowing there's someone in another room even though you can't see or hear them. Dumbledore nodded. The fortress recognizes you as its master. That connection will likely grow stronger over time. Which is precisely why we need to establish proper protocols immediately, Grimclaw interjected. Mr. Potter's rights under the Covenant must be protected, even as practical accommodations are made for his age. I agree, Dumbledore said, surprising the Goblin. Harry's position must be acknowledged and respected. However, the daily administration of a high-security magical prison cannot fall to a child, no matter how exceptional. What do you propose? Madam Bones asked. A Regency Council, Dumbledore suggested. With representatives from the Ministry, Gringotts, and perhaps a personal advocate for Harry himself. The council would handle administrative decisions, while acknowledging Harry's ultimate authority once he comes of age. Grimclaw considered this. Provided Mr. Potter retains certain key privileges immediately, Gringotts might find such an arrangement acceptable. What privileges? Harry asked. Access to Azkaban itself, for one, Grimclaw replied. The Covenant assumes a connection between fortress and owner. Denying you that entirely would strain the magic. You can't possibly suggest sending a child to Azkaban. Madam Bones objected. Under controlled conditions, with proper supervision, Grimclaw clarified. Perhaps quarterly visits, to maintain the connection without undue exposure. Harry listened to them negotiate his future with mixed feelings. Part of him was still reeling from the revelations of the day, magic was real, he was wealthy, he owned a fortress-turned-prison. Another part was angry at how his life had been controlled without his knowledge or consent. I want to see it, he said suddenly, interrupting the adults. Azkaban. If it belongs to my family, I want to know what it is. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him, concerned, calculating, and thoughtful. Harry, Dumbledore began gently, Azkaban is not a pleasant place. The Dementors affect everyone around them, drawing out their worst memories, their deepest fears. I'm not afraid, Harry insisted, though his heart beat faster at the description. It's not about courage, Madam Bones said. The environment is psychologically damaging, especially to the young. If I own it, shouldn't I know what it's like? Harry pressed. How can I make decisions about it later if I've never even seen it? Grimclaw smiled slightly. The boy makes a valid point. The Covenant expects the owner to know their property. Perhaps, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, a modified visit could be arranged. Brief, carefully supervised, and with magical protections against the worst effects of the Dementors. Madam Bones looked skeptical but didn't immediately reject the idea. There is another matter we must address, Grimclaw said. Mr. Potter's living arrangements. The treatment he describes from his Muggle relatives is unacceptable for the heir to both the Potter estate and Azkaban Fortress. I placed Harry with his aunt and uncle for important reasons, Dumbledore said gravely. Reasons of protection that remain valid. Protection? Harry couldn't help the bitter tone that crept into his voice. From what? Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia are the ones I need protection from most of the time. A sad look crossed Dumbledore's face. From those who would harm you because of who you are, Harry. You are famous in our world, the boy who lived, the only person ever to survive the killing curse, the one who defeated Voldemort as an infant. Harry stared at him. What are you talking about? My parents died in a car crash. That's what the Dursleys always told me. A heavy silence fell over the room. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, as if in pain. They told you nothing, he said quietly. Nothing of your parents, nothing of Voldemort, nothing of your own history. Who's Voldemort? Harry asked. And what do you mean, I survived a killing curse? Madame Bones looked stricken. Albus, how could you leave him so ignorant of everything? I believed it best for him to have a normal childhood, away from the fame and expectations of the wizarding world, Dumbledore answered, though he didn't sound entirely convinced by his own words anymore. I didn't anticipate his relatives would keep him so completely in the dark. Normal? Harry repeated incredulously. You call living in a cupboard normal? Being told my parents were worthless drunks normal? Anger flared inside him, hot and bright. The Covenant parchment in his hands flared in response, pulsing with blue-white light. Somewhere distant, yet connected, Harry felt something stir, a presence awakening, responding to his emotions. Dumbledore must have sensed something, for he leaned forward with sudden intensity. Harry, you must calm yourself. The Covenant creates a connection between you and Azkaban. Your emotions may affect the fortress, particularly the wards and residents. You mean the prisoners? Harry asked, trying to control his anger. And the Dementors, Madame Bones added worriedly. If they sense a disturbance in the fortress's magic. With effort, Harry took several deep breaths. The parchment's glow subsided slightly. You need to tell me everything, he said firmly, looking at Dumbledore. About my parents, about this Voldemort person, about why I'm famous. No more secrets. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You're right, Harry. You deserve the truth. Though perhaps not all at once, and perhaps not all today. Today, Harry insisted. I've been lied to my whole life. That stops now. Something like respect flickered in the old wizard's eyes. Very well. The short version, then. Your parents were not drunks, nor did they die in a car crash. They were murdered by the most feared dark wizard of our time, Lord Voldemort. Murdered? Harry whispered, his anger giving way to shock. They died protecting you, Dumbledore continued gently. Your mother, in particular, cast ancient protections through her sacrifice. When Voldemort turned his wand on you and cast the killing curse, a spell that no one had ever survived, it rebounded upon him instead. His body was destroyed, his power broken. You were left with only that scar on your forehead. Harry's hand automatically went to the lightning-shaped scar he'd had for as long as he could remember. The wizarding world hailed you as a hero, Madame Bones added softly. The boy who lived, who vanquished the Dark Lord as a mere baby. But I didn't do anything, Harry protested. It was my mother who saved me. A wisdom beyond your years, Dumbledore smiled sadly. Yes, Lily Potter's love and sacrifice created the protection that saved you. Nevertheless, you became a symbol of hope to a community that had lived in terror for years. And that's why I was sent to the Dursleys. Because I was famous. Partly, Dumbledore admitted. But primarily because your mother's blood protection lives on in her sister, Petunia. While you can call her home your home, certain powerful magical protections shield you from those who might wish you harm. Harry tried to process this. His parents had been murdered by an evil wizard. He was famous for surviving. He'd been placed with the Dursleys for magical protection, despite their treatment of him. And now he owned a fortress that housed the worst criminals of the wizarding world. I need to think, he said finally. This is all, too much. Of course, Dumbledore said sympathetically. Perhaps we should continue this discussion another day, after you've had time to absorb what you've learned. No, Harry shook his head. I meant I need a moment to think, not that I want to stop. He looked at each of the adults in turn. I want to know what happens now. With Azkaban, with the Dursleys, with everything. Grimclaw nodded approvingly. As to Azkaban, I propose we formalize the Regency Council as Headmaster Dumbledore suggested, with the stipulation that Mr. Potter be granted quarterly supervised visits and be consulted on major decisions affecting the facility. That seems reasonable, Madam Bones agreed cautiously. Though the Wizengamot will need to approve the arrangement. And my living situation? Harry pressed. The adults exchanged uncomfortable glances. The blood protection at your aunt and uncle's house is significant, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. It offers security that would be difficult to replicate elsewhere. Security from outside threats, Harry countered. But what about inside? They hate me. They've always hated me. Perhaps, Madam Bones suggested, a compromise could be reached. Mr. Potter could remain at his relative's home to maintain the blood protection, but with magical monitoring to ensure proper treatment. Regular visits from a ministry representative, and consequences for any mistreatment. And immediate improvements to his living conditions, Grimclaw added. A proper bedroom, adequate food, clothing, and respect for his status. The Dursleys won't like that, Harry said, though he couldn't help the small smile that formed at the thought of their faces when a witch or wizard showed up to inspect his living conditions. Their preferences are no longer the priority, Madam Bones said firmly. Your safety, from all threats, internal and external, is what matters now. Harry nodded, feeling for the first time that adults might actually be on his side. It was a strange, unfamiliar feeling. There is one more immediate concern, Grimclaw said. The warden's key that Mr. Potter absorbed. It's more than a symbol, it's a magical artifact that connects the owner to Azkaban's fundamental magics. I was wondering about that, Harry said. It disappeared into me. The key becomes a part of the owner's magic, Dumbledore explained. In practical terms, it means Azkaban will recognize and respond to you in ways it wouldn't to others. The fortress has its own form of consciousness, not sentient, precisely, but aware. It knows its master. Will it do things because of me? Harry asked, remembering how the parchment had flared with his anger. That remains to be seen, Dumbledore said carefully. Historically, Azkaban has been known to adjust its wards and internal structure according to its owner's needs. More concerning is the potential influence over the Dementors, who are bound to the fortress rather than to the ministry directly. Which is exactly why we need clear protocols established immediately, Madam Bones insisted. If the Dementors were to suddenly change behavior based on a child's unconscious wishes. Harry shivered at the thought. These creatures sounded truly horrifying, and the idea that he might inadvertently control them was disturbing. I don't want to make anything bad happen, he said quietly. And that, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile, is precisely why I believe we have little to worry about. Your character, Harry, will influence how the Covenant manifests. The fact that your first concern is for others' well-being speaks volumes. Harry wasn't entirely reassured, but he appreciated the vote of confidence. We should return Mr. Potter to his relatives while we make the necessary arrangements, Madam Bones suggested. With clear instructions about his treatment going forward. And a ministry representative should accompany him, Grimclaw added. To ensure these muggles understand the seriousness of the situation. Dumbledore nodded. I shall go myself. It's time Petunia and I had a frank conversation about Harry's upbringing. Harry felt a small thrill at the thought of Dumbledore confronting the Dursleys. After years of being powerless against their mistreatment, the tables were finally turning. What about my Hogwarts education? Harry asked suddenly, remembering something Madam Bones had mentioned earlier. When do I start learning magic? Not for a few years yet, I'm afraid, Dumbledore smiled. Hogwarts begins at age 11. You have 4 years before you join us at the castle. Harry couldn't hide his disappointment. 4 years. But I want to learn about magic now. An understandable sentiment, Dumbledore chuckled. Perhaps we can arrange some preliminary instruction in magical theory and wizarding culture, given your unique circumstances. Gringotts would be pleased to provide tutors in magical inheritance law and covenant magic, Grimclaw offered. As well as instruction in the Potter family history and responsibilities. And I can ensure you receive proper information about wizarding government and law, Madam Bones added. Since you'll eventually have responsibilities in those areas as well. Harry felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. It was all happening so fast, from unwanted nephew to magical heir with significant responsibilities in the space of a few hours. I just want to understand, he said honestly. About magic, about my parents, about this world I'm supposed to be part of. And you shall, Harry, Dumbledore promised. Though I caution patience. Some knowledge comes with burdens you may not yet be ready to bear. Before Harry could ask what that meant, a strange sensation washed over him, a pulling, almost like homesickness, but for a place he'd never been. It felt like something calling to him across a great distance. Azkaban, he whispered, somehow knowing. I can feel it. The adults exchanged concerned glances. The connection is establishing itself more quickly than I anticipated, Dumbledore murmured. Harry, what exactly do you feel? Harry tried to put the sensation into words. Like something's waking up. Something that's been asleep for a long time. And it knows me now. Grimclaw nodded. The fortress recognizes its master. This is consistent with historical accounts of the Covenant's activation. Is it dangerous? Harry asked, unsettled by the foreign presence he could sense at the edges of his mind. Not to you, Dumbledore assured him. Azkaban was built to protect and serve the Potter line. It may seem alien and even frightening at first, but the connection is fundamentally benevolent toward you. Though perhaps not toward others, Madam Bones added with a frown. Albus, if the fortress is truly awakening to its original magic. Then we must proceed carefully, Dumbledore finished for her. The Ministry has made many modifications to Azkaban over the centuries. How those changes interact with the original magic remains to be seen. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the distant presence. It felt ancient and powerful, but also, expectant. As if it had been waiting for him, specifically. It wants something from me, he said, opening his eyes. I don't know what, but it's waiting for something. Your first visit, perhaps, Grimclaw suggested. The Covenant likely requires physical confirmation of the new master. All the more reason to arrange a controlled visit soon, Dumbledore agreed. But first, let's return Harry to Privet Drive and ensure his immediate situation is improved. Harry clutched the Covenant parchment tightly as they prepared to leave. Whatever came next, nothing would ever be the same again. He was Harry Potter, not just an unwanted nephew, not just a burden. He was the boy who lived, heir to the Potter family, and now, somehow, the owner of a magical prison fortress. And for the first time in his life, he felt like he might have a place where he truly belonged. The Dursleys' reaction to Dumbledore's presence was everything Harry could have hoped for. Vernon turned an impressive shade of puce but seemed physically unable to voice the objections clearly forming in his mind. Petunia looked like she'd swallowed something particularly sour, her lips pressed into such a thin line they nearly disappeared. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Dumbledore said pleasantly as he entered their immaculate living room, I believe it's time we discussed Harry's living arrangements. Now see here, Vernon finally managed. We took the boy in out of the goodness of our hearts. Yes, let's discuss that goodness, Dumbledore interrupted, his voice still pleasant but with a steely undertone that made Vernon fall silent. A cupboard under the stairs, Mr. Dursley. Inadequate food. Hand-me-down clothes several sizes too large. Is this how you demonstrate goodness? Petunia found her voice. We never wanted him. You left him on our doorstep with nothing but a letter. A decision I am beginning to deeply regret, Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes no longer twinkling. Nevertheless, Harry must remain here for his own protection. The blood wards that shield this house rely on his residence here, on his ability to call this place home. Then take him back. Vernon blustered. We never asked for any of this freakishness. That is no longer an option, Dumbledore said firmly. However, there will be changes to the arrangement. He turned to Harry. Harry, please show me this cupboard. Harry led Dumbledore to the cupboard under the stairs. The small space with its thin mattress, dusty shelves, and spider webs in the corners looked even more dismal with Dumbledore's tall frame stooping to examine it. I see, the old wizard said softly, and the sadness in his voice made Harry look away. This ends today. They returned to the living room where Vernon and Petunia waited nervously. Harry will be given Dudley's second bedroom immediately, Dumbledore stated, not as a request but as a fact. He will receive adequate clothing, food, and care. He will not be subjected to chores beyond those reasonably expected of any child his age. He will not be punished for accidental magic, which is both natural and uncontrollable at his age. And if we refuse? Vernon asked, though with less bluster than before. Then alternative arrangements will be made, blood protection notwithstanding, Dumbledore said simply. And I should mention that representatives from both the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts Bank will be making regular, unannounced visits to ensure these conditions are met. The neighbors will talk, Petunia whispered, horrified at the thought of magical visitors. Our representatives know how to blend in when necessary, Dumbledore assured her with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Though I'm certain they could arrive in full wizarding attire if compliance becomes an issue. The threat hung in the air, all the more effective for its gentleness. Furthermore, Dumbledore continued, Harry will be receiving visitors 3 times weekly for tutoring in magical theory, history, and his family legacy. These sessions are non-negotiable and will take place either here or at a suitable alternative location. Vernon looked like he might explode, but Petunia placed a restraining hand on his arm. Fine, she said tightly. But we won't have any of that magic performed in our house. Theoretical instruction only, Dumbledore agreed. Though Harry will need a space conducive to study and concentration. He can have the bedroom, Petunia conceded, each word clearly painful to speak. Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing. After years of the cupboard, he was finally going to have a real bedroom. And tutors to teach him about magic. There is one more matter, Dumbledore said. The monthly stipend provided from Harry's family vault for his care. Vernon's face darkened. We've spent every penny on the boy, a review of the account suggests otherwise, Dumbledore interrupted mildly. Going forward, these funds will be more closely monitored. Half will go directly to household expenses, and half will be placed in a trust for Harry's personal needs, clothing, school supplies, and appropriate recreational activities. Our own money, spent on him instead of our Dudders. Vernon looked apoplectic. Not your money, Mr. Dursley, Dumbledore corrected. Harry's inheritance, temporarily in your stewardship, a stewardship that has been found wanting. Harry couldn't help the small surge of satisfaction at seeing his uncle so thoroughly put in his place. Years of unfairness were finally being addressed, and by someone the Dursleys couldn't intimidate or ignore. Now, Dumbledore turned to Harry with a gentler expression, why don't you gather what belongings you wish to keep, and we'll move them to your new bedroom. It didn't take long. Harry had precious few possessions, some broken toy soldiers he'd salvaged from Dudley's discards, a cracked snow globe, and 2 books with missing pages that he'd rescued from the trash. Everything fit into a small paper bag. Dudley was watching from his bedroom doorway as Harry and Dumbledore approached the second bedroom, the one filled with Dudley's broken and abandoned toys. That's my room, Dudley protested weakly, though he seemed too intimidated by Dumbledore to work up a proper tantrum. You have a perfectly good bedroom already, Dumbledore replied kindly but firmly. Harry needs this one. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore cleared the broken toys, organizing them against one wall. Another wave transfigured the small, sagging bed into a comfortable-looking single with a proper frame and headboard. A third wave produced a small desk and chair by the window. This will do for now, Dumbledore said. Though I think a proper wardrobe will be necessary once we've acquired some suitable clothing for you, Harry. Harry stared at the transformation in amazement. It wasn't just having a real bedroom, it was watching magic used so casually, so effectively, to improve his life. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Dumbledore's expression softened. "It's the very least you deserve, Harry. And long overdue." He reached into his robe and pulled out a small card. "This is the contact information for your goblin advisor, Grimclaw. Should you need anything, or should your relatives fail to meet the conditions we've discussed, you may contact him immediately." Harry took the card, which seemed to shimmer slightly in the light. "Simply hold it and speak his name," Dumbledore explained. "A Gringotts representative will respond within the hour." "And, the Azkaban thing?" Harry asked hesitantly. "What happens with that?" "The Regency Council will be formed this week," Dumbledore assured him. "You'll be kept informed of all decisions, and your first visit will be arranged once appropriate protections are in place." The distant presence in Harry's mind seemed to pulse at the mention of a visit, growing momentarily stronger before subsiding again. "It's responding to you talking about it," Harry said. "Azkaban, I mean. It knows when we discuss it." Dumbledore looked troubled. "The connection appears stronger than I anticipated. We shall need to explore this further during your magical theory lessons." After Dumbledore left, extracting final promises of compliance from the Dursleys, Harry sat alone in his new bedroom, still hardly able to believe the day's events. From cupboard-dwelling unwanted nephew to magical heir and fortress owner in the span of hours. He looked down at the Covenant parchment, which he'd kept with him throughout. Its glow had faded to a faint, steady pulse, like a heartbeat. Harry rolled it carefully and placed it under his pillow for safekeeping. As darkness fell over Privet Drive, Harry lay in his new bed, staring at the ceiling. For the first time, he allowed himself to really think about his parents, not as the worthless drunks the Dursleys had described, but as a witch and wizard who had died protecting him. Who had loved him enough to sacrifice themselves. And somewhere, miles away across the North Sea, an ancient fortress stirred with renewed purpose. Azkaban had recognized its master after generations of dormancy. The Warden's key, now part of Harry's very being, established the connection that had been intended since the fortress's creation. Deep within the prison, where shadows gathered thickest and hope died most quickly, the Dementors sensed the change. Their hooded figures paused in their endless patrol of the corridors, blind faces turning as one toward some distant point, toward a presence they hadn't felt in centuries. The Master had returned. In his new bedroom on Privet Drive, Harry Potter dreamed of stone walls rising from a stormy sea, of corridors that shifted and reformed according to his thoughts, of creatures that glided through shadow and fed on despair. And somewhere in the deepest level of the fortress, something ancient stirred, something that had been bound there long before the Ministry converted the fortress to a prison. Something that had waited patiently for a true heir of the Covenant to awaken it once more. Harry Potter slept, unaware that his inheritance was far more complex, and far more dangerous, than anyone had yet realized. Chapter 2, The Forgotten Fortress. The North Sea stretched endlessly beneath the small magical transport boat, its waters dark and angry under the slate-gray sky. 9-year-old Harry Potter gripped the weathered railing with white-knuckled hands, his green eyes fixed on the horizon where a dark smudge was slowly taking shape. Beside him, Nagnok, his goblin advisor, stood impassively despite the boat's violent pitching. "There it is, Mr. Potter," Nagnok said, pointing one long finger toward the growing silhouette. Azkaban. Harry felt a jolt of recognition that had nothing to do with sight. For 2 years, he'd felt the fortress at the edge of his consciousness, a presence both alien and familiar. Now, as they drew closer, that connection strengthened, pulling at something deep inside him. "It knows I'm coming," Harry said quietly. Nagnok nodded. "The Covenant magic recognizes its true master approaching. Few wizards understand how sentient magical buildings can become over centuries." The fortress loomed larger now, a massive structure of black stone rising directly from the churning sea, its walls weathered by countless storms. No beaches surrounded it, no gentle slope into the water. Azkaban stood as if it had thrust itself up from the seabed through sheer will, defying nature's domain. It's bigger than I imagined, Harry murmured. Most of it lies hidden, Nagnok replied. What you see is merely the upper portions. The fortress extends deep below the waterline. As they approached, Harry could make out tiny windows dotting the stone walls like malevolent eyes. A single dock extended from a narrow opening at the base, where another, larger boat was already moored. The ministry contingent has arrived before us, Nagnok observed with a frown. Remember what we discussed, Mr. Potter. You are the legal owner of Azkaban by ancient covenant. Do not allow them to intimidate or dismiss you. Harry nodded, squaring his narrow shoulders. The past 2 years had changed him. Regular meals, enforced by frequent visits from ministry representatives, had added some much-needed weight to his frame. Tutoring in magical theory, history, and law had given him confidence and knowledge his 7-year-old self could never have imagined. He was still small for his age, the Dursleys' early neglect had ensured that, but he no longer carried himself like a boy expecting a blow. Their boat docked with a thud. A grim-faced witch in dark grey robes waited for them, her wand held ready but not quite pointed at them. State your business, she demanded. Nagnok stepped forward. Nagnok of Gringotts, accompanying Mr. Harry Potter, hereditary owner of Azkaban Fortress under the Potter-Azkaban Covenant of 1327. We are expected. The witch's eyes widened slightly as they fell on Harry. He was used to that reaction now, the momentary surprise, followed by the automatic flick upward to his lightning scar. The boy who lived, she murmured before catching herself. Yes, Warden Blackthorn is waiting in the receiving hall. Follow me, and stay close. The Dementors have been ordered to the upper levels, but they don't always obey. As they stepped onto the dock, Harry felt a surge of something impossible to describe, a sense of recognition flowing both ways, from him to the fortress and back again. The very stone beneath his feet seemed to warm slightly. The fortress welcomes you, Nagnok observed quietly. They followed the witch through a narrow passageway that led into the base of the fortress. Harry had expected dampness and cold, but instead found the corridor surprisingly dry and maintained at a comfortable temperature. The environmental charms are responding to your presence, Nagnok explained, noticing Harry's surprise. The fortress seeks to accommodate its master. Their guide said nothing, but her stiff posture suggested discomfort at this development. The receiving hall turned out to be a large, circular room with a high domed ceiling. Torches burned in brackets along the walls, casting flickering shadows across the stone floor. 3 people waited for them, 2 wizards and a witch, all dressed in formal ministry robes. The oldest stepped forward, a tall, broad-shouldered man with iron-gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from the same unforgiving stone as the fortress. A large ring of keys hung at his belt, clinking softly as he moved. Mr. Potter, he said, his voice a deep rumble that matched his imposing presence. I am Magnus Blackthorn, Warden of Azkaban. Welcome to my prison. Harry caught the subtle emphasis on my and straightened to his full height, unimpressive though it was. Warden Blackthorn, he acknowledged. Thank you for receiving us at your workplace within my fortress. A muscle twitched in Blackthorn's jaw. Behind him, the female ministry official poorly disguised a smile. Amelia, Nagnok greeted her. Good to see the ministry sent someone reasonable. Nagnok, she nodded. The minister insisted I observe today's visit personally. Mr. Potter, she addressed Harry directly, I don't know if you remember me from our first meeting 2 years ago. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Of course I remember, Madam Bones, Harry replied. His lessons in wizarding etiquette had included memorizing key ministry officials. Thank you for arranging this visit. The third ministry official, a nervous-looking younger wizard, stepped forward with a clipboard. We have a carefully planned route through the secure areas, with limited exposure to the lower levels. The visit should take approximately 2 hours, with mandatory rest periods if you show any adverse effects from proximity to the Dementors. Harry turned to Nagnok, who nodded slightly. That seems acceptable, though we reserve the right to explore areas of particular interest to Mr. Potter. This is a high-security prison, Blackthorn growled, not a museum for a child's curiosity. This is my ancestral property, Harry countered, surprised at his own boldness, temporarily being used as a prison through ministry arrangement with my family. Blackthorn's eyes narrowed dangerously, but Madam Bones stepped in smoothly. Both statements contain truth. Shall we begin the tour? I believe the administrative section was first on our agenda. The tension in the room didn't dissipate as they moved through the fortress's upper levels. Harry paid close attention as they were shown the guards' quarters, administrative offices, and security checkpoints. Throughout, he felt the fortress's presence growing stronger in his mind, as if it were slowly unfurling dormant connections. The Ministry has maintained Azkaban for over 3 centuries, the nervous wizard, introduced as Perkins from the Department of Magical Facilities, explained as they walked. The security systems have been continuously updated to ensure. That's not entirely accurate, Nagnok interrupted. The Ministry has administered the prison functions for 3 centuries. Maintenance of the actual fortress structures has been largely automated through the original enchantments, which respond to the Covenant holder. Blackthorn made a dismissive sound. Old Goblin legends. The reality is that my staff performs constant maintenance to keep this place functional. As if in direct response to his words, a torch bracket near Blackthorn's head detached from the wall and clattered to the floor. The warden jumped back, startled. The fortress disagrees, Harry said quietly, feeling a strange ripple of what almost felt like amusement through his connection to the building. Madam Bones gave him a sharp look. Mr. Potter, are you causing these responses? Not intentionally, Harry answered honestly. But the fortress seems to react to certain attitudes. Fascinating, she murmured. The Covenant creates a deeper connection than we understood. Blackthorn looked distinctly uncomfortable as they continued through the upper-level security checkpoints. Harry noticed how the guards stared at him, some with curiosity, others with outright suspicion. We'll be approaching the first detention level now, Blackthorn announced. You'll feel the effects of the Dementors soon. Remember your chocolate, he added, not bothering to hide his skepticism that a child could handle what was coming. They descended a spiral staircase, the temperature dropping with each step. Harry felt it before they reached the bottom, a creeping coldness that seemed to seep into his very bones, a heaviness that made each breath more difficult than the last. Dementors ahead, Blackthorn warned unnecessarily. They turned a corner, and Harry saw them for the first time, tall, hooded figures gliding silently above the stone floor. Their faces, if they had them, were hidden in the shadows of their hoods. Their mere presence seemed to drain the light and warmth from the corridor. A strange rushing filled Harry's ears. Distantly, he heard a woman screaming, pleading. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside now. Not Harry. Please no, take me, kill me instead, Harry staggered, his knees suddenly weak. Nagnok gripped his arm, steadying him. Chocolate, Mr. Potter, the goblin urged, pressing a piece into Harry's hand. Harry raised it to his mouth mechanically, the scream still echoing in his head. As the chocolate melted on his tongue, warmth gradually returned to his limbs, and the voices faded. My mother, he whispered, looking at Nagnok with shocked understanding. I heard my mother. The night she died. Madam Bones looked stricken. That's unusual, even for Dementor exposure. They force us to relive our worst memories, but most children your age wouldn't retain such early trauma with such clarity. The Dementors had paused in their patrol, their hooded faces now turned toward Harry as if studying him. The chill intensified. They're interested in you, Blackthorn observed with professional curiosity. Usually they only focus like that on prisoners with particularly happy memories to feed on. Harry took another bite of chocolate, gathering his courage. Something tugged at the edge of his awareness, the fortress itself, responding to his distress. Without fully understanding why, Harry reached mentally for that connection, drawing on it. The effect was immediate and startling. The cold receded, not completely but significantly. The Dementors drifted backward, creating space in the corridor. "What did you do?" Blackthorn demanded, staring at the retreating Dementors in astonishment. "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "I just sort of asked the fortress for help." "Impossible," Perkins muttered. "Dementors don't respond to the building's magic. They have their own hierarchy and command structure." Nagnok smiled his pointed goblin smile. "Perhaps what you think you know about Azkaban is incomplete, Mr. Perkins." They continued down the corridor, the Dementors now keeping a noticeable distance. Cells lined both sides, small spaces with bars facing the walkway. Most contained a single occupant, haggard, hollow-eyed men and women who barely glanced up as the group passed. "Low-security prisoners," Blackthorn explained. "Mostly short-term sentences for moderate magical crimes. The worse the crime, the lower in the fortress they're kept." One prisoner, a middle-aged witch with tangled gray hair, suddenly rushed to her bars as Harry passed. "Potter," she gasped, her voice hoarse from disuse. "James Potter's boy?" Harry stopped, startled by the direct address. Blackthorn moved to intervene, but Harry held up a hand. "Yes," he said. "Did you know my father?" The witch laughed, a broken, rattling sound. "Know him? He put me here. 20 years for trafficking in cursed artifacts. Said he was sorry to do it, but the law was the law." She studied Harry's face intently. "You have his jaw, but those are Lily's eyes. They were good people, your parents. Fair, even when they were on the other side." "Thank you," Harry said softly. That's good to know." As they moved on, Madame Bones explained quietly, "Your father was an Auror, a dark wizard catcher, before he went into hiding. He was responsible for bringing in many of the prisoners who still reside here." "Did my mother work with him?" Harry asked. "Lily was a researcher in the Department of Mysteries," Madame Bones replied. "Brilliant witch. Her work focused on protective enchantments, ironically enough." They descended further, passing through security checkpoints between levels. With each level, the prisoners became more hostile, the crimes more severe. Harry noticed that the Dementors continued to keep their distance from him, though they affected him less now that he was consciously maintaining his connection to the fortress. On the 4th level down, Blackthorn held up a hand, stopping the group. "Medium security detention begins here. The prisoners are more dangerous, the Dementors more numerous. This is as far as we agreed to take Mr. Potter." "We need to go further," Harry said, surprising himself with his certainty. "Out of the question," Blackthorn replied immediately. "The lower levels aren't safe for anyone, let alone a child." "The fortress is calling me deeper," Harry insisted. "There's something I need to see." Nagnok and Madame Bones exchanged glances. "The Covenant does specify that the heir must have access to all portions of the fortress," the Goblin pointed out. "Under reasonable conditions," Perkins countered. "This is not reasonable." While they argued, Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his connection to Azkaban. The fortress's presence seemed to beckon him, guiding him toward something important. Without conscious decision, he took a step toward the stairwell leading down. "Mr. Potter!" Blackthorn barked. "Stop right there." Harry opened his eyes but didn't halt his progress. "I need to go this way," he said simply, continuing toward the stairs. "Restrain him if necessary," Blackthorn ordered the guards flanking their group. "I wouldn't," Nagnok warned, his hand moving to the ceremonial dagger at his belt. "Interfering with a Covenant heir in communion with his magical property violates the Treaty of 1612. The guards hesitated, looking to Madame Bones for direction. "Let him proceed," she decided after a moment. "But we all stay together. Wands ready, and extra chocolate for everyone." They descended another level, then another. The cells here were more heavily reinforced, with additional magical barriers beyond the physical bars. The prisoners watched their passage with calculating eyes rather than the dull hopelessness of the upper levels. One prisoner in particular caught Harry's attention, a thin man with intelligent eyes who, unlike the others, seemed completely unsurprised by their presence. Antonin Dolohov, Blackthorn identified him when he noticed Harry's interest. Death Eater. Multiple counts of murder. Death Eater? Harry asked. Follower of you-know-who, Madame Bones explained. One of his inner circle. Dolohov smiled thinly. The little Potter heir returns to Azkaban. How interesting. His English carried a slight Slavic accent. Your parents would be so proud, or perhaps not. Harry approached the cell cautiously, ignoring Blackthorn's warning. You knew my parents? I killed friends of theirs, Dolohov answered matter-of-factly. The McKinnons. The Pruitt brothers. Would have got to your parents too, given the chance. Harry should have been repulsed, but something in Dolohov's direct manner made him press further. Why does it matter to you that I'm here? That I own Azkaban? Dolohov's smile widened. Because you don't understand what you own, little heir. This isn't just a prison. Ask yourself why a family would build such a place in the middle of the sea. Ask yourself what the Dementors were guarding before the Ministry decided to store criminals here. That's enough, Blackthorn interrupted sharply. Prisoners are not to engage with visitors. But Harry's mind was already racing with new questions. The fortress's pull seemed stronger now, urging him downward. They continued their descent, passing through ever higher security levels. The Dementors were more numerous here but maintained their unusual distance from Harry. Other prisoners called out as they passed, some with threats, others with pleas, a few with cryptic comments that echoed Dolohov's insinuations. Finally, they reached what Blackthorn identified as the high-security wing on the 8th level below the surface. This is absolutely as far as we go, the warden stated firmly. The only level below this houses the most dangerous magical criminals in Britain. Harry started to argue but paused as something caught his eye, a narrow corridor branching off from the main one, almost hidden in the shadows. What made it notable wasn't its appearance but the fact that it wasn't marked on the map Perkins had been consulting. What's down there? Harry asked, pointing. Blackthorn frowned, following Harry's gesture. There's nothing there. Just a solid wall. But Harry could clearly see the corridor. More importantly, he could feel the fortress practically shouting at him to investigate it. He took a step toward it. Mr. Potter, there is nothing in that direction, Blackthorn repeated, a strange note of confusion entering his voice. You can't see it, Harry realized. The fortress is hiding it from you. Without waiting for permission, Harry walked directly toward the hidden corridor. To his satisfaction but not surprise, his path remained clear while the others exclaimed in shock behind him. He just walked through solid stone. Perkins squeaked. No, Nagnok corrected, following Harry without hesitation. The Covenant heir accessed a portion of the fortress hidden from Ministry personnel. I suggest you all stay here while we investigate. Absolutely not, Madame Bones declared, striding forward. When she reached the point where the corridor appeared to Harry, she stopped, hands outstretched, feeling what to her seemed like a solid wall. Remarkable. Selective concealment charms keyed to bloodline. Harry continued down the hidden corridor, which spiraled downward much like the main stairwells but in a tighter curve. The stone here felt older, the magic more primal. Torches flared to life as he passed, having apparently lain dormant for years. The original fortress, Nagnok murmured, running his hand appreciatively along the wall. Goblin-assisted construction, if I'm not mistaken. See the joining work on these stones. Perfect seams, even after centuries. The corridor ended in a large circular chamber with a domed ceiling much like the receiving hall many levels above. But unlike that practical space, this room was clearly designed for another purpose. Runes covered the walls and floor in concentric circles, all surrounding a raised dais in the center. On the dais stood a stone pedestal with a shallow basin carved into its top, something between a birdbath and an oversized mortar and pestle. The basin was filled with a silvery substance that wasn't quite liquid, wasn't quite gas. A pensieve, Nagnak identified it. And an ancient one at that. What's a pensieve? Harry asked, approaching the dais cautiously. A magical object that allows one to view memories, the goblin explained. This one appears to be permanently installed, unusual, and suggesting a specific purpose rather than general use. Harry climbed the steps to the dais, drawn by something beyond curiosity. The silvery substance in the basin swirled as he approached, as if welcoming him. I believe it's waiting for you, Mr. Potter, Nagnak said. The Covenant likely includes provision for passing knowledge directly to the heir. Harry hesitated at the basin's edge. How does it work? Simply touch the surface with your finger, and it will draw you in to view whatever memory has been stored. Taking a deep breath, Harry extended his hand and touched the swirling silver surface. Immediately, he felt a pulling sensation, as if he were falling forward into the basin. The room around him disappeared, replaced by a different scene entirely. He stood in the same chamber, but brightly lit and newly constructed. Before him stood a wizard in ornate robes that Harry recognized from his history lessons as medieval styling. The wizard had Harry's untamable black hair and a familiar jawline. Greetings, heir of my blood, the wizard spoke directly to Harry. I am Alaric Potter, creator of this fortress and binder of the covenant you have now awakened. If you are viewing this memory, you have claimed your birthright as master of Azkaban. Harry stared in amazement at his ancestor. You built Azkaban? Why? Though it was just a memory, Alaric seemed to anticipate the question. Azkaban was created for a singular purpose, containment. Not of common criminals, as the Ministry may now use it, but of something far more dangerous. The scene shifted, showing the fortress under construction. Goblins and wizards worked side by side, embedding runes and enchantments into the very foundation. In my time, we faced a threat few now remember, Alaric's voice continued. The being that would come to be called the Dementor Lord, a creature of such power and malevolence that it threatened to cast all of Britain into endless despair. The memory shifted again, showing a massive Dementor-like figure that towered over its lesser kin. Unlike the hooded Dementors Harry had seen, this being wore a crown of what looked like frozen shadow, and its face was partially visible, gaunt, grey, with empty eye sockets that somehow still conveyed terrible intelligence. We could not destroy it, only contain it, Alaric explained. This fortress was built around its prison, layered with every protection we could devise. The lesser Dementors, bound to their lord, were incorporated into the containment, both as guards and as hostages to ensure their master's compliance. Harry watched in fascination as the memory showed the Dementor Lord being sealed within the lowest level of the fortress, concentric rings of magical barriers closing around it one by one. The Covenant ensures that a Potter will always maintain the seals, Alaric continued. The Ministry may have forgotten the fortress's true purpose, but the magic has not. You, my descendant, now bear this responsibility. The memory began to fade, Alaric's final words echoing, guard well the deeper levels, heir of my blood. What sleeps below must never awaken. Harry gasped as he was suddenly pulled back out of the pensieve, finding himself once again standing beside the stone basin with Nagnak watching him curiously. What did you see? The goblin asked. Harry's mind reeled with the implications. Azkaban wasn't built as a prison for wizards, he said slowly. It was built to contain something called the Dementor Lord. The regular Dementors are bound here because of their connection to it. Nagnak's eyes widened. That explains much about the fortress's magic and the Covenant's requirements. The Ministry has been using this place without understanding its true purpose. We need to go deeper, Harry decided. I need to see the containment area, to make sure it's still secure. They exited the memory chamber to find Madame Bones and Blackthorn arguing heatedly in the main corridor. Both stopped abruptly when Harry appeared. Where did you go? Blackthorn demanded. You simply vanished. I need to see the lowest level, Harry said without preamble. There's something important I need to check. Madam Bones studied his expression. You found something in that hidden area, didn't you? Something significant. The true purpose of Azkaban, Harry confirmed. It's not what any of us thought. Blackthorn scoffed. This fortress has been a prison for centuries. Whatever fantasy you've concocted, the prison came later, Harry interrupted. Azkaban was built to contain something specific, something dangerous. The Dementors aren't just guards you hired, they're part of the original containment system. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Blackthorn's face. That's nonsense. The Ministry contracted the Dementors as guards in 1718. It's all documented. The Ministry made an arrangement with creatures that were already here, Harry corrected, surprised at his own certainty. They're bound to this place, and to something imprisoned in the lowest level. Madam Bones exchanged a look with Perkins, who appeared increasingly uncomfortable. There have always been inconsistencies in the historical record regarding Azkaban's original purpose, she admitted reluctantly. And the Dementors have always been peculiarly attached to this location. Take me to the lowest level, Harry insisted. That's where we keep the worst of the worst, Blackthorn protested. Death Eaters, mass murderers, and something much worse beneath them, Harry cut in. I need to see it. I need to make sure the containment is still working. Something in his tone must have conveyed the urgency he felt, because Madam Bones nodded slowly. Very well. But we take every precaution, and at the first sign of danger, we retreat immediately. Blackthorn looked like he wanted to object further but merely nodded stiffly. This way. They descended to the ninth and lowest level, where the air itself seemed heavier, laden with centuries of misery. The cells here were more heavily fortified than any above, with multiple magical barriers visible as shimmering fields across the barred doors. Our highest security prisoners, Blackthorn explained unnecessarily as they passed cells containing gaunt, hollow-eyed witches and wizards who stared back with varying degrees of madness and malice. Harry barely glanced at them, his attention focused on the pull he felt drawing him toward the center of the level. The fortress was practically shouting at him now, its presence in his mind urgent and demanding. They reached a circular area where the corridor widened into another dome chamber. Unlike the memory room above, this space was clearly part of the active prison, with cells arranged around its perimeter. But the center of the room featured something unusual, a large metal hatch set into the floor, covered in runes and sealed with multiple locks. What's that? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. Blackthorn frowned. Maintenance access to the foundation level. It's been sealed since I became warden. No reason to go down there, just solid rock below us. Harry approached the hatch, feeling the magic humming within it. This was it, the entrance to the Dementor Lord's prison. The seals looked intact but worn, the magic faded with time and neglect. As he knelt beside the hatch, running his fingers over the runes, a voice spoke from one of the surrounding cells. The heir comes to check his inheritance. How, responsible. Harry looked up to see a thin, elegant man with aristocratic features watching him from the nearest cell. Despite years of imprisonment, he maintained an air of dangerous intelligence. Augustus Rookwood, Blackthorn identified him in a low voice. Former unspeakable, convicted Death Eater. Don't engage with him. But Rookwood had already caught Harry's attention. You know what's down there, Harry said, not a question but a statement. Rookwood smiled thinly. The Department of Mysteries has always maintained certain, historical records that the main ministry finds inconvenient. The true purpose of Azkaban was one such record. You knew, and you said nothing? Madam Bones demanded. Who would believe a convicted Death Eater? Rookwood shrugged elegantly despite his shackles. Besides, some knowledge is more valuable when kept to oneself. His eyes returned to Harry. The seals are weakening, young Potter. Can't you feel it? The containment won't hold forever. A chill that had nothing to do with Dementors ran down Harry's spine. He could feel it now that he was paying attention. The magic in the seals was indeed deteriorating, stretched thin by centuries of neglect. "We need to reinforce the containment," he said urgently. "That would require specialized knowledge of the original spellwork," Nagnok pointed out. "Knowledge that may have been lost." "Not lost," Rookwood corrected smoothly. "Merely, archived. The Department of Mysteries has extensive records on Azkaban's construction. Records I reviewed extensively before my career change." "Why should we trust anything you say?" Blackthorn demanded. Rookwood's gaze never left Harry. "Because I have no desire to be in the same building as an uncontained Dementor Lord. Self-preservation is quite motivating." Harry made a decision. "I need to examine the seals more closely," he declared, placing both hands on the hatch. "Mr. Potter, I must advise against," Perkins began, but stopped abruptly as the runes on the hatch began to glow in response to Harry's touch. The locks clicked open one by one, the heavy metal cover shifting slightly as if eager to be lifted. Harry felt the warden's key within him resonating with the magic in the seals, recognizing his authority. "Stand back," he warned the others, not entirely sure what would happen next. With a grinding sound, the hatch began to open on its own, revealing a stone staircase spiraling down into darkness. A blast of cold air rushed up from below, not the unnatural cold of Dementors, but the chill of a space sealed for centuries. "Merlin's beard," Blackthorn whispered. "There really is something down there." Harry rose to his feet, staring down into the darkness. The fortress's presence in his mind was almost overwhelming now, urging him to descend and fulfill his covenant duty. "I have to go down," he said quietly. "Absolutely not," Madame Bones objected. "We don't know what's down there or in what condition. This requires a team of unspeakables and cursebreakers. The Covenant requires the heir's direct intervention," Nagnok countered. "The seals are tied to Potter blood." While they argued, Harry found his attention drawn to Rookwood again. The former unspeakable was watching the proceedings with calculated interest. "What exactly is down there?" Harry asked him directly. Rookwood's smile was chilling. "The first and greatest of the Dementors, the one that made all others. A being that existed before wizards understood the distinction between magical creatures and magical catastrophes. In its day, it could consume the happiness of an entire village at once, leaving nothing but hollowed corpses in its wake." "You're enjoying this," Harry realized. "Knowledge is its own reward," Rookwood replied. "Particularly when others lack it." A commotion from the stairwell interrupted them, raised voices, approaching rapidly. Moments later, Lucius Malfoy strode into the chamber, flanked by two wizards in ministry robes. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, his cold gray eyes taking in the scene. "I was informed that Potter was being given a supervised tour, not access to our most secure level." "Lord Malfoy," Madame Bones acknowledged stiffly. "This is an authorized visit. The Covenant grants Mr. Potter access to all areas of the fortress." Malfoy's lip curled slightly as he looked at Harry. "So this is the boy who lived. Rather underwhelming in person." His gaze moved to the open hatch. "And now apparently opening sealed areas without ministry approval." Harry straightened to his full height, remembering Nagnok's coaching on dealing with wizarding nobility. "Lord Malfoy. I wasn't aware the ministry needed to approve my access to my own property." A flicker of surprise crossed Malfoy's aristocratic features before his mask of cool disdain returned. Bold words from a child who has yet to cast his first spell. "The ministry administers Azkaban for the safety of all wizarding Britain." "The ministry uses Azkaban with my family's permission," Harry corrected. "Permission that could theoretically be revoked." It was a bluff. Harry knew from his lessons with Nagnok that untangling the ministry's administrative rights would take years of legal battles. But the brief flash of calculation in Malfoy's eyes told him the point had been made. "Perhaps we've started on the wrong foot," Malfoy said, his tone shifting to something smoother, almost friendly. "I merely wish to ensure proper protocols are followed." The magical containment systems in Azkaban are ancient and potentially volatile. You know, Harry realized. You know what Azkaban was really built for. Malfoy's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed fractionally. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. The Dementor Lord, Harry said clearly, watching the reactions around him. Blackthorn and Perkins looked confused, Madame Bones thoughtful, but Malfoy. Malfoy showed a flash of genuine alarm before controlling his features. I see you've been listening to prisoner fables, he recovered smoothly. Azkaban has many legends surrounding it. Not legends, Harry insisted. I've seen my ancestors' memories. I know what's contained below us, and I know the seals are weakening. This caught Malfoy's attention more genuinely. Weakening? Are you certain? The Covenant connects me to the fortress, Harry explained. I can feel the containment magic deteriorating. Malfoy exchanged glances with his ministry companions. This is concerning, if true. The Department of Mysteries should be notified immediately. Agreed, Madame Bones said, but Mr. Potter's role in this cannot be dismissed. The Covenant magic is clearly responding to him in ways we hadn't anticipated. Yes, Malfoy said impatiently. The boy has a connection to the building. That doesn't qualify him to assess or repair ancient magical bindings of this complexity. Actually, it does, Nagnok interjected. The Covenant specifically requires Potter blood to maintain the seals. Ministry interference in this process would violate the original magical contract. A tense silence fell as the implications sank in. Harry looked between the adults, sensing the political currents swirling around him. This was no longer just about his visit or his ownership, this was about something potentially dangerous that had been forgotten by most of the wizarding world. I propose a compromise, Harry said finally. I need to examine the seals to understand what needs to be done. Lord Malfoy, if you're concerned about proper handling of the magic, perhaps you could arrange for Department of Mysteries consultants to advise, but not interfere. Malfoy studied Harry with new intensity. You speak rather maturely for a 9-year-old, Mr. Potter. Harry met his gaze steadily. I've had excellent tutoring in magical law and politics, Lord Malfoy. A ghost of a smile touched Malfoy's lips. So I see. He turned to Madame Bones. I find Mr. Potter's suggestion reasonable. The boy examines the seals as required by the Covenant, with expert advisors present to document and consult. Madame Bones looked surprised at his easy acquiescence but nodded. I'll make the arrangements. In the meantime, Harry interrupted, stepping toward the open hatch, I'm going to take a preliminary look. The fortress is insistent, and I'd rather not ignore it. Before anyone could stop him, Harry started down the stone stairs. The air grew colder with each step, but not in the soul-draining way of Dementors. This was simply the chill of a place long sealed away from warmth and life. Torches flared to life along the walls as he descended, illuminating a spiral staircase that seemed to go much deeper than should have been possible given Azkaban's position rising from the sea. Magic, Harry reminded himself. The normal rules didn't always apply. He heard footsteps behind him and glanced back to see Nagnok following, with Madame Bones and, surprisingly, Lucius Malfoy close behind. The others apparently remained above. The Department of Mysteries has records of this level, Malfoy said quietly as they descended. But no one has accessed it in over a century. The containment was believed stable. It was, Harry replied, somehow certain. But something's changed. They reached the bottom of the stairs and found themselves in a vast circular chamber, much larger than should have been possible within Azkaban's footprint, clearly an expanded magical space. The chamber was empty except for a single feature at its center, a pillar of black stone that rose from floor to ceiling, completely encircled by concentric rings of runes carved into the floor. The pillar seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating an impression of infinite darkness. Despite the torches, shadows gathered thickly around it. The primary containment, Malfoy murmured. Exactly as the records described it. Harry approached cautiously, feeling the magic humming in the air. The runes on the floor glowed faintly, but the light was uneven, some sections bright, others barely visible, creating gaps in what should have been unbroken circles of power. The seals are failing, he confirmed. Look at the pattern, the magic is weakest here, and here. He pointed to several sections where the runes were dimmest. Madame Bones drew her wand, casting diagnostic spells over the area. You're right. The containment is at perhaps 60% of what it should be, based on these readings. Can it be repaired? Nagnok asked. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for his connection to the fortress. The answer came to him not as words but as understanding. Yes, but not easily. It needs renewal. Potter blood freely given, along with the proper incantations. Blood magic, Malfoy observed, not sounding particularly surprised. The Ministry officially discourages such practices now, of course. But makes exceptions when necessary, Madame Bones added dryly. This would certainly qualify. Harry knelt beside the outermost ring of runes, placing his hand on the cold stone floor. The fortress's presence surged in his mind, guiding him. I know what to do, he said with quiet certainty. Not the complete renewal, that would require preparation and more knowledge than I have now, but enough to stabilize the containment temporarily. Without waiting for permission, Harry drew the small ceremonial dagger Nagnok had insisted he carry. With a quick motion, he pricked his palm, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the faded runes before him. Sanguine meo, sigillum renoviter, he intoned, the Latin phrases coming to him through his connection to the fortress. Vinculum antiquum, virtut mea firmiter. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The runes beneath his blood flared with brilliant blue light, the glow spreading outward along the circle like fire racing along a fuse. As the light completed the circuit, the entire ring of runes shone with steady, even brightness. One down, Harry murmured, moving inward to the next ring. Remarkable, Malfoy observed. The Covenant magic responds to you instinctively. Harry repeated the process with each ring of runes, moving steadily inward toward the central pillar. With each completed circle, he could feel the containment strengthening, the magic stabilizing. But as he approached the innermost ring, something changed. The shadows around the pillar seemed to deepen, swirling with subtle movement. A cold more profound than mere temperature seeped from the black stone, carrying with it a sense of ancient malevolence. It knows I'm here, Harry realized with sudden certainty. It can sense me. As he knelt to renew the final, innermost circle of runes, a voice whispered in his mind, not the familiar presence of the fortress, but something other. Something hungry. Blood of the Keeper, so close, so young. Harry's hand trembled as he held the dagger above the runes. The voice continued, soft and insidious. Release me, young heir. Power beyond your imagining could be yours. Mr. Potter. Madame Bones called, concern evident in her voice. Are you all right? Harry shook his head to clear it. It's trying to communicate with me, he said, his voice strained. The entity inside. It's aware of what I'm doing. Do not listen to it, Malfoy advised sharply. Complete the binding quickly. Steeling himself, Harry let his blood fall onto the final ring of runes, speaking the incantation with as much force as he could muster. The runes blazed to life, brighter than any previous circle, and the shadows around the pillar recoiled as if in pain. A high, cold shriek echoed through the chamber, not a physical sound, but a psychic one that made all of them wince. The shadows writhed and churned before subsiding, retreating to cling closely to the black pillar once more. It is done, Harry said, feeling suddenly exhausted. The containment is stable for now, but it's only temporary. The seals will need proper renewal within a year. You've done well, Mr. Potter, Nagnok said, helping him to his feet. The Covenant obligations are satisfied for today. Harry looked back at the pillar as they prepared to leave. The entity within was quiet now, but he could still feel its presence, ancient, patient, and utterly malevolent. It had been waiting for centuries. It could wait a little longer. As they climbed the stairs back to the prison level, Harry's mind was racing. Azkaban wasn't just a fortress or a prison, it was a containment facility for something truly dangerous. And maintaining that containment was now his responsibility, a duty passed down through generations of Potters. The implications were staggering. The Ministry had been using Azkaban as a prison for centuries, ignorant or willfully blind to its true purpose. The Dementors weren't just convenient guards but part of the original containment system, bound to the fortress through their connection to the entity below. When they emerged back into the 9th level, they found a tense standoff. Blackthorn and his guards stood facing Perkins and Malfoy's Ministry companions, wands not drawn but hands hovering near them. "What happened?" Harry asked. "A minor disagreement over jurisdiction," Blackthorn said stiffly. "It seems some Ministry personnel feel they can countermand the Warden's authority in his own prison." "Your authority derives from the Ministry," one of Malfoy's companions snapped. "And when a Wisengamot member issues instructions, enough," Malfoy cut in smoothly, ascending the last few steps. "The situation has been addressed, temporarily at least." He turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, it seems we have much to discuss regarding the future administration of Azkaban. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting at a more comfortable location." Harry glanced at Nagnok, who gave a barely perceptible nod. "I'd be willing to discuss matters further, Lord Malfoy. My Goblin advisors would need to be present, of course." "Of course," Malfoy agreed, though his lip curled slightly. "Shall we say next week? I could host you at Malfoy Manor." Nagnok cleared his throat. "Perhaps neutral ground would be more appropriate. Gringotts has suitable meeting rooms." A flicker of annoyance crossed Malfoy's face, but he nodded. "Acceptable. I'll have my secretary make the arrangements." As they made their way back up through the prison levels, Harry noticed a significant change in how the guards and even Blackthorn regarded him. The barely concealed skepticism had been replaced by cautious respect, even wariness. Word had clearly spread about what had happened in the sealed chamber. Harry wondered how much of it was accurate and how much had grown in the telling. When they reached the administrative level, Blackthorn pulled Harry aside while the others discussed arrangements for their departure. "Mr. Potter," the warden began, his gruff voice uncharacteristically hesitant. "It seems I may have underestimated the significance of your connection to this fortress." Harry regarded him steadily. "It's all right, Warden. You couldn't have known." "Nevertheless," Blackthorn continued, "I believe we should establish a more productive working relationship going forward. There are aspects of Azkaban's operation that could benefit from reconsideration." "Such as?" Harry prompted. Blackthorn glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. "The treatment of prisoners, for one. The lower levels especially, the Dementor exposure is constant, with predictably devastating effects on the inmate's mental state. It's been Ministry policy for centuries, but if what you discovered today is correct. The Dementors have a different purpose than tormenting prisoners," Harry finished for him. "Yes, I think that's worth reconsidering. I've been warden here for 27 years, Blackthorn said quietly. I've followed the Ministry guidelines without question because I believed they were based on centuries of experience. Now I learn we've been using this place without understanding its true nature." Harry saw an opportunity. "Would you be willing to help me implement some changes? Nothing that would compromise security, but improvements to conditions." Blackthorn considered this, then nodded slowly. "I would. Not all at once, the Ministry would intervene, but gradual adjustments could be justified on various grounds." "Then that's where we'll start," Harry decided. "And in the meantime, I'll need to learn more about the containment system and how to properly maintain it." "The library might help with that," Blackthorn said thoughtfully. "Library? What library?" "Azkaban has an extensive collection of texts dating back to its construction," the warden explained. "Mostly technical manuals and historical records. The ministry catalogued it centuries ago but found little of practical use. Given what we now know. I need to see it, Harry said immediately. Blackthorn nodded. I'll add it to your next visit's itinerary. It's in a secure section of the administrative level. Their conversation was interrupted by Madam Bones calling them over. Our transport is ready, Mr. Potter. We should depart before the weather worsens. As they made their final preparations to leave, Harry found himself face to face with Lucius Malfoy once more. Until our meeting, Mr. Potter, Malfoy said, offering his hand. I believe we have much to discuss regarding the future of Azkaban. Harry shook the offered hand, noting the calculating look in Malfoy's grey eyes. I look forward to it, Lord Malfoy. As they boarded the boat for the return journey, Harry looked back at the fortress rising from the stormy sea. It looked different to him now, not just an imposing prison, but a sentinel standing guard over something ancient and terrible. His fortress. His responsibility. The warden's key thrummed within him, a constant reminder of the bond that had irrevocably changed his life. For better or worse, he was the master of Azkaban now. And he had much to learn if he was to fulfill the duty that came with that title. What are you thinking, Mr. Potter? Nagnock asked as they pulled away from the dock. Harry watched the dark silhouette of Azkaban receding into the mist. I'm thinking that owning a prison is complicated enough. Owning a prison built to contain an ancient evil is something else entirely. Indeed, the Goblin agreed. Though it does explain why the Covenant has remained so magically potent through the centuries. This is not merely about property rights, it's about maintaining a critical magical containment. Which means the Ministry can't simply take control, even if they wanted to, Harry realized. The containment requires Potter blood. Nagnock smiled his pointed goblin smile. Precisely. A fact that will strengthen your position considerably in future negotiations. As the boat cut through the choppy waters of the North Sea, Harry's mind returned to the Black Pillar and the entity contained within it. The Dementor Lord, ancient, powerful, and aware of him now. A responsibility he hadn't asked for but couldn't escape. And somewhere deep in the fortress he'd just left, in the shadowy chamber with its circles of glowing runes, something ancient waited with newfound patience. The heir had come at last. The waiting could end soon. Soon, young keeper, soon. Chapter 3, Shadows at Hogwarts. The letter arrived on a warm July morning as Harry sat in the garden of No. 4, Privet Drive, reviewing the latest status reports from Azkaban. The last 4 years had seen significant changes in his life. His bedroom, while modest, now contained a proper desk, bookcases filled with magical texts, and a large trunk where he stored his more sensitive documents away from Dursley eyes. The Dursleys themselves had settled into a state of uneasy coexistence with him. They weren't kind, that would have been too much to expect, but the regular visits from both ministry representatives and Goblin advisors had established boundaries they dared not cross. Harry was no longer starved, beaten, or forced to live in a cupboard. It was, he supposed, as much as could reasonably be achieved without removing him entirely. The soft hoot drew his attention upward to where a tawny owl circled once before descending to land gracefully on the garden table. It extended its leg, offering an envelope of thick yellowish parchment bearing an ornate wax seal. Harry felt a smile spread across his face as he accepted the letter. He'd known it was coming, of course. Nagnock had confirmed months ago that his name remained in the Hogwarts registry, but seeing the official envelope with its green ink address made it real in a way discussions and preparations hadn't. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry skimmed the rest, the book list, equipment requirements, and reminder that term began on September 1st. None of it was unexpected, but it filled him with a quiet excitement nonetheless. Despite 4 years of theoretical instruction in magical subjects, he had yet to perform any actual magic. That was about to change. The back door creaked open, and Aunt Petunia's pinched face appeared. "What's that?" she demanded, eyeing the owl with distaste. "My Hogwarts letter," Harry replied, holding it up. "I'll be starting in September." A complex series of emotions crossed Petunia's face, the usual disgust at anything magical, relief that he would be leaving for most of the year, and something else, something almost like wistful remembrance. "Lily got hers on a morning like this," she said, so quietly Harry almost didn't catch it. Before he could respond, her expression hardened again. "Well, that's that, then. I suppose those people will be coming to take you shopping for your things." "Actually, I'll be going to Diagon Alley next week with Nagnock," Harry informed her. "We have some Gringotts business to attend to first." Petunia merely nodded stiffly and retreated back into the house without another word. These brief glimpses of his mother's past had become slightly more frequent over the years, though Petunia always seemed to regret them immediately. Harry returned his attention to the letter, excitement building. Hogwarts represented something he'd been anticipating for years, not just formal magical education, but a chance to be among other young witches and wizards. Despite his unusual position as owner of Azkaban, he was still an 11-year-old boy who had grown up isolated from the magical world. He reached for a blank piece of parchment to compose his acceptance reply, his mind already racing ahead to the coming year. "Keep your head down and stay close," Nagnock muttered as they emerged from Gringotts into the bustling thoroughfare of Diagon Alley. Harry adjusted the cap pulled low over his forehead, though he doubted it would do much to conceal his identity for long. For years of regular appearances in the wizarding world for official meetings and consultations had made his face fairly well known, despite efforts to keep his visits low-key. The whispers started almost immediately. "Is that Harry Potter, I think? The boy who owns Azkaban?" That last moniker made Harry wince slightly. It had appeared in a Daily Prophet headline 2 years ago after his second official visit to the fortress, and somehow stuck in the public imagination. Rita Skeeter had written a lurid piece speculating about how the tragic orphan hero had come to control Britain's most feared magical prison. Flourish and blots first, Nagnock decided, steering Harry toward the bookstore. Best to get the essentials before the crowd becomes unmanageable. They had barely reached the shop entrance when a tall, imposing wizard with long platinum blonde hair stepped into their path, his silver-tipped cane tapping lightly against the cobblestones. "Mr. Potter," Lucius Malfoy greeted him with a thin smile. "What fortunate timing. I was hoping for a word." "Lord Malfoy," Harry acknowledged with a small nod, the formal greeting coming automatically after years of political navigation. "I'm afraid I'm rather pressed for time today. Perhaps we could schedule a proper meeting." The past 2 years had seen Harry and Lucius engaged in a complex dance of political maneuvering regarding Azkaban. The elder Malfoy had initially attempted to gain influence over the fortress's administration, only to find Harry surprisingly resistant to manipulation. Their relationship had evolved into one of wary mutual respect, though Harry never forgot Nagnock's warnings about the man's darker allegiances during the war. "This will only take a moment," Malfoy insisted smoothly. His gaze flicked to Nagnock with barely concealed disdain before returning to Harry. "I understand you'll be joining my son Draco at Hogwarts this year." "Yes, I'm looking forward to it," Harry replied noncommittally. "Indeed. I merely wish to suggest that despite your unusual responsibilities, you might find value in cultivating the right sort of connections at school." Malfoy's meaning was clear enough. "Draco could introduce you to many families with proper wizarding traditions." "I appreciate the thought," Harry said carefully. "I'm sure I'll meet many interesting people at Hogwarts." Malfoy's eyes narrowed slightly at the diplomatic non-answer. "Just a friendly suggestion, Mr. Potter. Your position carries certain expectations in some circles." He inclined his head slightly. "Good day." As Malfoy strode away, Nagnock snorted softly. "Subtle as a bludger, that one. Already trying to recruit you for his blood purity agenda. He wants access to Azkaban's high-security prisoners," Harry said quietly as they entered the bookshop. "He's been angling for it for years. Inside Flourish and Blots, they quickly gathered the required textbooks, along with a few additional titles Nagnok suggested would be useful. Harry was examining Modern Magical History, which contained a chapter about himself he found deeply uncomfortable, when someone bumped into him from behind. "Oh. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where," the bushy-haired girl stopped mid-apology, her eyes widening. "You're Harry Potter." Harry resisted the urge to check if his cap had fallen off. "Yes, I am." "And you are?" "Hermione Granger," she replied, extending her hand with surprising formality. "I've read all about you, of course. You're in Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century." Harry shook her hand, bemused. "Most of what's in those books is speculation. The authors never actually spoke to me." "Really?" Hermione looked both surprised and intrigued. "But what about the Azkaban Covenant?" "That part must be accurate, it was covered in the Prophet's Legal Affairs section, which is generally reliable." Now it was Harry's turn to be surprised. "You read the Prophet's Legal Affairs section?" Hermione blushed slightly. "Well, yes. I'm Muggle-born, you see, so when I found out about magic, I wanted to learn everything about wizarding society. Legal systems tell you so much about a culture's values." "That's actually quite insightful," Harry said, genuinely impressed. "Hermione? Where have you gotten to?" A woman's voice called from a nearby aisle. "Over here, Mum. I've just met Harry Potter." Hermione called back, then turned to Harry with sudden self-consciousness. "I should go. Perhaps I'll see you at Hogwarts." "I look forward to it," Harry replied, finding that he meant it. There was something refreshing about her straightforward intellectual curiosity. The encounter with Hermione was just the first of many as they progressed through their shopping. At Madame Malkin's, Harry endured being fitted alongside a round-faced, nervous boy named Neville Longbottom, who nearly fainted when he realized who Harry was. At the apothecary, he overheard a family of redheads, clearly the Weasleys, based on Nagnok's murmured identification, discussing whether it would be rude to approach him for an autograph. The mother firmly vetoed the idea. By the time they reached Ollivander's, Harry was exhausted from the constant attention. The wand shop, at least, offered a reprieve. Its dusty interior was empty save for the ethereal presence of Ollivander himself, who emerged from the shadows like a ghost. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I've been expecting you." The wand-maker's silvery eyes fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. "It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here buying their first wands." The next half-hour was an exercise in patience as Harry tried wand after wand, with increasingly destructive results. Ollivander seemed delighted by each failure, becoming more animated as the stack of rejected wands grew. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." When Harry finally grasped the Holly and Phoenix feather wand, the rush of warmth and connection was immediate and overwhelming. Gold sparks shot from the tip, illuminating the dusty shop with dancing light. "Curious, very curious," Ollivander murmured, his expression suddenly somber. "What's curious?" Harry asked, though something in him already sensed the answer would be unsettling. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "You mean Voldemort's wand?" He had long since learned to say the name, despite the winces it produced in most wizards. "We do not speak his name," Ollivander whispered. "But yes, the Dark Lord did great things with that wand." "Terrible, yes, but great." As they left the shop, Harry couldn't shake the uneasy feeling the revelation had given him. The connection to Voldemort was disturbing enough, but combined with his Azkaban responsibilities, particularly the containment of the Dementor Lord, it felt like threads of fate pulling tighter around him. Don't dwell on it overmuch, Mr. Potter, Nagnock advised, seeming to sense his thoughts. Wand lore is imprecise at best. Focus on the present. You have your school supplies now and your Gringotts accounts are in order. The rest will sort itself out. Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely convinced. As they passed Elop's Owl Emporium, he paused, drawn to a beautiful snowy white owl watching him with intelligent amber eyes. One last purchase, I think, he said, reaching for his money pouch. I'll need a way to stay in contact with Azkaban while I'm at school. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity on the morning of September 1st. Students called to one another across the crowded platform while parents issued last-minute instructions and reminders. The scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed in the station's light, steam billowing around it like earthbound clouds. Harry pushed his trolley toward the train, ignoring the stares and whispers that followed him. After the Ministry had arranged his transportation from Privet Drive, the Dursleys having flatly refused to drive him to London, he'd arrived early enough to secure a compartment before the platform became too crowded. He had just settled into an empty compartment near the back of the train, Hedwig's cage secured on the seat beside him, when the door slid open to reveal the youngest of the red-headed boys he'd glimpsed in Diagon Alley. Excuse me, the boy said hesitantly. Do you mind? Everywhere else is full. Not at all, Harry replied, gesturing to the empty seats. The boy dragged his trunk inside and hoisted it into the luggage rack with some effort before sitting across from Harry. He cast several furtive glances at Harry's forehead before blurting out, "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry nodded, resigned to the question he'd been answering for years. "Yes, I am." "And do you really, own Azkaban?" "That's a bit more complicated," Harry said, "but essentially, yes. My family has a magical covenant with the fortress." The boy stared at him with undisguised fascination. "Wicked. Dad works at the Ministry. He says there's been loads of changes at Azkaban the last few years. Talks about it with Mum when they think we're not listening." He seemed to remember himself suddenly and thrust out his hand. "I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." Harry shook his hand, finding Ron's straightforwardness refreshing after years of careful political interactions. "Nice to meet you." Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open again to reveal Hermione Granger, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one," she said, then brightened when she recognized Harry. "Oh, hello again. How lovely to see you." "Hello, Hermione," Harry greeted her. "We haven't seen a toad, but we'll keep an eye out." Hermione nodded, then turned to Ron. "And you are?" "Ron Weasley," he mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate frog he'd just unwrapped. "Pleasure," she said, in a tone suggesting it was anything but. Her attention returned to Harry. "I've been reading ahead in our course books. Do you know what house you'll be in?" "I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor." "It sounds by far the best, though Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." "Hard to say until the sorting," Harry replied diplomatically. His tutors had explained the house system in detail, including the political implications of each placement. "Well, I'd better keep looking for Neville's toad. You two should change into your robes, I expect we'll be arriving soon." With that, she departed as quickly as she'd arrived. "Whatever house she's in, I hope I'm not in it," Ron said fervently. "Mental, that one." Harry was spared having to respond when the door opened once more. This time, 3 boys entered, 2 large and thick-set, flanking a smaller boy with sleek platinum blonde hair and a pointed face that instantly marked him as Lucius Malfoy's son. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment," the blonde boy said, his gaze fixing on Harry. "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," Harry confirmed, studying Draco Malfoy with interest. Despite the many dealings he'd had with Lucius, he'd never actually met the son. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," Malfoy said carelessly, indicating his companions. "And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough that might have been disguising a snigger. Draco's eyes narrowed. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. He turned back to Harry before Ron could retort. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand. Harry considered the offered hand thoughtfully. This was clearly the connection Lucius had suggested he cultivate. Refusing outright would create an enemy, while accepting without conditions might be interpreted as endorsing Malfoy's evident prejudices. He opted for a third approach, accepting the handshake but adding, I appreciate the offer, Malfoy, but I prefer to judge people individually rather than by their families. He kept his tone friendly but firm. Something flickered in Draco's eyes, surprise, perhaps, that Harry hadn't either eagerly accepted or angrily refused. The response had thrown him off script. Fair enough, Potter. I suppose time will tell who's worth knowing. He withdrew his hand, his expression calculating rather than hostile. See you at the sorting. After they left, Ron stared at Harry in confusion. You're not actually going to be friends with Malfoy, are you? His whole family were on you-know-whose side in the war. I didn't say I'd be his friend, Harry pointed out. But making an enemy unnecessarily isn't smart either. Ron looked unconvinced but let the matter drop as they changed into their school robes. The train was slowing now, approaching Hogsmeade Station. As they disembarked, Harry heard a familiar booming voice calling, Fur's Years. Fur's Years over here. Hagrid, the enormous gamekeeper, had visited Harry twice over the years to deliver messages from Dumbledore. His friendly face was a welcome sight amid the chaos of arrival. All right there, Harry. Hagrid called, beaming over the sea of students. Hello, Hagrid, Harry replied with a genuine smile. Come on, follow me, any more Fur's Years? Mind your step, now. They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path through darkness that Harry suspected led to the lake he'd read about in Hogwarts, a history. Sure enough, the path opened suddenly onto the shore of a vast black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a magnificent castle with many turrets and towers. No more than 4 to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Ron were joined in their boat by Hermione and Neville. As the fleet glided across the smooth, dark water, Harry found himself studying the castle with more than just the awe of a new student. There was something in its structure, in the very magic that seemed to radiate from its stones, that felt oddly familiar. It reminds me of Azkaban, he murmured, too quietly for the others to hear. Not in appearance, Hogwarts was warm and welcoming where Azkaban was cold and forbidding, but in the fundamental magical architecture. The same principles, perhaps even the same creators. His musing was interrupted as they reached the underground harbor and clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. Hagrid led them up a passageway in the cliff face, emerging finally onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They climbed a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes with a stern face. The Fur's Years, Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them into an entrance hall so vast Harry thought the entire Dursley house could have fit inside it several times over. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor and into a small, empty chamber off the hall. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. As she explained the house system, Harry found himself wondering where he would be placed. His family had traditionally been in Gryffindor, but his experiences with Azkaban had developed qualities valued by other houses as well. The ambition and cunning needed to navigate wizarding politics might suggest Slytherin. His thirst for knowledge about magical theory and history could point to Ravenclaw. His dedication to improving conditions for Azkaban's inmates might indicate Hufflepuff. When Professor McGonagall left them momentarily, nervous speculation broke out among the first years. Harry remained silent, observing the various groupings and interactions forming around him. He noticed Draco Malfoy watching him similarly from across the chamber, assessing rather than antagonizing. The sorting itself was both more and less than Harry had expected. The ancient, patched hat singing about the 4 houses was a surprise, while the actual process of simply placing it on one's head seemed almost anticlimactic for such an important moment. Harry watched as his new acquaintances were sorted. Hermione went to Gryffindor after nearly a full minute under the hat, as did Neville. Malfoy was instantly declared a Slytherin. Then, finally, Potter, Harry. The whispers erupted like sudden flames as he stepped forward. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? The one who owns Azkaban. Harry sat on the stool and the last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. The next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, said the small voice. Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. No. Well, if you're sure, but wait, what's this? The hat seemed to pause, delving deeper into Harry's mind. The Azkaban Covenant, how fascinating. I haven't sorted an heir with active Covenant magic in centuries. This changes things, such responsibility for one so young. You've handled it well, but it's shaped you in ways even you don't fully realize. Harry waited, uncertain what the hat was getting at. You need allies, Harry Potter. True friends, not political connections. You need a foundation of courage and loyalty to balance the weight you carry. Better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the entire hall. Harry removed the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he was receiving the loudest cheer yet. Percy Weasley got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As Harry sat down, he caught sight of Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table, who gave him a slight nod, neither friendly nor hostile, merely acknowledging the situation. At the high table, Harry spotted Dumbledore in the center, his silver beard shining in the candlelight. Their eyes met briefly, and the headmaster gave him a small smile. Harry's gaze continued along the staff table, pausing when he reached a pale young man with a prominent purple turban. As if sensing Harry's attention, the professor turned slightly, and their eyes met. A sharp, hot pain shot across Harry's scar, so unexpected that he gasped. Something wrong? Percy Weasley asked from beside him. And nothing, Harry said quickly. Who's that professor talking to Professor Flitwick? He recognized the tiny charms professor from his reading. Oh, that's Professor Quirrell. He'll be teaching defense against the dark arts this year. Used to teach Muggle studies. Brilliant mind, but seems to have lost his nerve a bit after taking a year off to get some first-hand experience. They say he encountered vampires in the Black Forest. Harry nodded, but something about Quirrell had set off warning bells. The pain in his scar had been no coincidence, it had occurred precisely when their eyes met. He made a mental note to be cautious around the nervous-looking professor. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of food, announcements, and the school song. As Harry followed Percy up to Gryffindor Tower, fatigue from the long day began to set in, yet his mind remained active, processing everything he'd experienced. In the dormitory, he found his trunk already placed at the foot of one of the four-poster beds. Ron, Neville, and two other boys, introduced as Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, were already changing into their pajamas, chatting excitedly about the feast. Harry was just pulling on his own pajamas when he felt a familiar tug at the edge of his consciousness, the distant presence of Azkaban, reaching for him across the miles. Something was happening at the fortress, something that required his attention. He sat on the edge of his bed, closing his eyes to focus on the connection. The fortress's presence in his mind was agitated, conveying a sense of disruption in its normal patterns. "You all right, Harry?" Ron asked, noticing his stillness. "Fine," Harry replied automatically, opening his eyes. "Just tired." He lay down and drew the curtains around his bed, then reached beneath his pajama top to touch the amulet Nagnok had given him for emergencies. It remained cool against his skin, not the burning heat that would indicate a serious crisis at Azkaban. Whatever was happening wasn't critical, then, but it was enough to disturb the fortress's semi-sentient awareness. Harry settled back against his pillows, maintaining light contact with the fortress as he drifted toward sleep. He would write to Warden Blackthorn in the morning to check on conditions. For now, he needed rest to face his first day of classes. His last conscious thought was that he was finally at Hogwarts, the place his parents had studied, the place where he would learn to use the magic that had been his birthright. Yet even here, miles away, Azkaban's shadow followed him. The first few weeks at Hogwarts were a whirlwind of adjustment. Harry quickly discovered that being famous for surviving Voldemort's attack was nothing compared to the attention he received as the boy who owned Azkaban. Students from all houses watched him curiously, some approaching with direct questions about the prison, others spreading wild rumors about his supposed powers over the Dementors. The classes themselves provided welcome distraction from the constant attention. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall proved rigorous but fascinating. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick was engaging, especially when the diminutive professor squeaked in excitement upon reaching Harry's name during the first roll call. Potions, however, presented an unexpected challenge. Professor Snape, the sallow-skinned, hook-nosed potions master, seemed to harbor an instant dislike for Harry. In their very first lesson, he subjected Harry to a barrage of difficult questions, clearly hoping to humiliate him. To Snape's evident surprise, Harry answered most correctly. His years of theoretical study had included basic potion ingredients and properties. This seemed to irritate Snape even more, and he spent the rest of the lesson looming over Harry's cauldron, searching for mistakes. "I don't understand it," Ron complained as they left the dungeon classroom. "What's Snape got against you?" "I'm not sure," Harry replied thoughtfully. "But it seems personal rather than professional." Hermione, who had taken to following them between classes despite Ron's transparent annoyance, offered her theory. "Perhaps it has to do with Azkaban. Professor Snape seems the type to have strong opinions about the justice system." Harry considered this. It wasn't impossible, his reforms at Azkaban had been controversial in certain quarters. But Snape's animosity had manifested before Harry had said a word about his connection to the fortress. His musings were interrupted by the arrival of the morning mail. Hundreds of owls streamed into the great hall, circling the tables until they found their owners. Hedwig swooped down with 2 letters, one sealed with the official wax stamp of Azkaban, the other bearing the Gringotts emblem. Harry opened the Azkaban letter first, recognizing Warden Blackthorn's cramped handwriting. "Mr. Potter, per our agreement, I'm writing to inform you of an incident that occurred last night. Nothing critical, but unusual enough to warrant your attention. At approximately 3 a.m., the Dementors in the lower levels became agitated, converging near the sealed chamber without apparent cause. They dispersed after approximately 20 minutes, returning to their assigned posts. No breakout attempts or security breaches were detected. More concerning is that the inner circle of containment runes dimmed briefly during this period. The effect was temporary, but it suggests the entity may be testing the boundaries of its prison. I've increased security patrols and notified the Department of Mysteries as per protocol. Their representative suggests the timing, coinciding with your first night at Hogwarts, may not be coincidental. We'll update if further incidents occur. Respectfully, M. Blackthorn." Warden Harry frowned, remembering the disturbance he'd felt in his connection to the fortress last night. The timing was indeed suggestive. Could the Dementor Lord somehow sense his physical distance from Azkaban? Or was it responding to something else entirely? He opened the second letter, finding a brief note from Nagnok. Mr. Potter, Gringotts has been notified of unusual magical signatures at Azkaban. While not critical, the pattern resembles historical recordings from 1727 when the last Covenant heir left Britain for an extended period. Recommend scheduling a blood renewal ritual during the winter holiday. The Department of Mysteries has finally translated the relevant sections of the original Covenant, which specify quarterly renewal as optimal for maintaining containment integrity when the heir is physically distant from the fortress. Also, the Ministry's Wisengamot session yesterday included discussion of the Azkaban budget. We'll forward full minutes when available, but be advised that Undersecretary Umbridge continues to push for reduced funding of your reform initiatives. Yours in service, Nagnok. Bad news? Ron asked, noticing Harry's expression. Just administrative issues, Harry replied vaguely. He had told Ron and Hermione about owning Azkaban but not about the Dementor Lord or the true purpose of the fortress. That information remained classified, shared only with those directly involved in maintaining the containment. You get official mail at breakfast, Ron observed, shaking his head. Mental, that is. Harry smiled slightly. Ron's straightforward perspectives were refreshing after years of political calculations. It's actually quite fascinating, Hermione interjected. Harry's in a unique position, balancing school and significant legal responsibilities. The magical guardianship laws must have required extensive adaptation. Yeah, fascinating, Ron muttered, rolling his eyes. Can we talk about something normal for once? Like the flying lessons tomorrow? Harry was grateful for the subject change. The announcement that Gryffindors would be learning to fly with the Slytherins had created quite a stir, especially among those who, like Ron, came from wizarding families and already knew the basics. The next morning, however, as they made their way down to the training grounds, Harry felt a growing unease that had nothing to do with flying. The connection to Azkaban, usually a distant awareness at the edge of his consciousness, felt strained, as though something was interfering with it. He was so distracted that he barely registered Madame Hooch's instructions until the whistle sounded and everyone began commanding their brooms to rise. To his surprise, his broom jumped instantly into his hand at his command of up. What followed was a near disaster when Neville, nervous and clumsy, pushed off too early and fell, breaking his wrist. Madame Hooch escorted him to the hospital wing with strict instructions that no one was to fly in her absence. No sooner had she disappeared than Malfoy darted forward, snatching something from the grass. Look! It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. The remembrall glittered in the sun as Malfoy held it up. Harry stepped forward, suddenly alert. Give that here, Malfoy, he said quietly. Everyone fell silent, watching. Draco studied Harry for a moment, seeming to calculate something. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find, he said, mounting his broom. How about, up a tree? He rose into the air with practiced ease. Despite never having flown before, Harry grabbed his broom, preparing to follow. No! Hermione shouted. Madame Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all into trouble. Harry hesitated, torn between the impulse to stand up for Neville and the responsibilities he carried. Getting expelled over a remembrall would hardly help him maintain the Azkaban Covenant. You're right, he said to Hermione, then called up to Malfoy. This isn't worth either of our time, Malfoy. If you're trying to impress people, there are better ways. For a moment, Draco looked taken aback by the unexpected response. Then, with a calculating look, he descended slowly. Perhaps you're right, Potter. Childish, really. He tossed the remembrall casually to Harry, who caught it reflexively. Consider it a favor. You can return it to Longbottom. As Malfoy rejoined his fellow Slytherins, Harry was conscious of Ron staring at him in disbelief. You just let him get away with that? Ron demanded. He was asking for a thrashing. And what would that have accomplished? Harry replied. Getting us both in trouble when I can just give Neville his remembrall back later. Ron looked unconvinced, but Hermione nodded approvingly. That was very mature, Harry. The moment was interrupted by the return of Madame Hooch, and the flying lesson resumed without further incident. Harry discovered, to his delight, that flying came naturally to him, a rare activity that required no political calculation or weighty responsibility, just instinct and joy. Later that evening in the common room, as Harry wrote his response to Warden Blackthorne, he reflected on the day's events. The incident with the remembrall had been minor, but it highlighted the constant balancing act he faced, when to assert himself and when to take a longer view. His quill paused mid-sentence as the Azkaban connection flared suddenly in his mind, stronger than it had been since his arrival at Hogwarts. A sense of urgency, even alarm, flowed through the bond. Something was happening at the fortress, something significant. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the connection, trying to interpret what the semi-sentient building was attempting to communicate. Impressions flooded his mind, movement in the lower levels, dementors converging, the containment runes flickering. His eyes snapped open as understanding hit him. Someone was attempting to breach the sealed chamber. Harry. You look like you've seen a ghost, Hermione said, looking up from her transfiguration essay. I need to see Professor Dumbledore, Harry said abruptly, rising from his chair. Right now. What? Why? Ron asked, alarmed by Harry's sudden intensity. Azkaban emergency, Harry replied tersely, already moving toward the portrait hole. I'll explain later. He hurried through the corridors, hoping he remembered the way to the headmaster's office from his orientation tour. As he rounded a corner near the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had warned was forbidden, he collided with someone coming the opposite direction. Mr. Peapotter, Professor Quirrell stuttered, steadying himself against the wall. What are you doing out of your common room at this hour? I need to see Professor Dumbledore urgently, Harry explained, trying to step around the defense professor. It's an emergency. The headmaster is currently unavailable, Quirrell replied, his stutter mysteriously less pronounced. He was called to the ministry on urgent business. Harry's heart sank. When will he return? Not until tomorrow morning, I believe. Quirrell studied him with an intensity that belied his normally nervous demeanor. Perhaps I could assist. I do have some expertise in unusual magical situations. Something in Quirrell's tone made Harry uneasy. The pain in his scar, dormant since the welcoming feast, prickled warningly. Thank you, Professor, but it's a private matter. I'll speak with Professor McGonagall instead. As Harry turned to leave, Quirrell's hand shot out, gripping his arm with surprising strength. Does your emergency, perhaps, concern Azkaban, Mr. Potter? Harry froze, alarm bells ringing in his mind. How did Quirrell know? And why did he sound suddenly interested, even eager? Why would you think that? Harry asked carefully. Merely an educated guess, Quirrell replied, his stutter completely gone now. The Covenant connection would naturally alert you to disturbances. Harry pulled his arm free, taking a step back. I need to go, Professor. Of course, Quirrell smiled thinly. But remember, Mr. Potter, some burdens are too heavy for a child to carry alone. If you should need guidance regarding Azkaban's deeper secrets, my door is always open. Harry hurried away, his mind racing. Quirrell knew about the Covenant, possibly even about the Dementor Lord. That knowledge was supposed to be highly restricted, even most ministry officials weren't privy to it. How did a Muggle studies professor turned defense teacher come by such information? He found Professor McGonagall in her office, grading papers. Her expression shifted from surprise to concern as Harry explained the situation, or as much of it as he could without breaching confidentiality. I see, she said when he finished. And you're certain this isn't simply anxiety about being away from the fortress for the first time? Absolutely certain, Harry insisted. The Covenant connection doesn't flare like this without cause. Someone is attempting to access the sealed chamber. Professor McGonagall's lips thinned into a tight line. Very well, Mr. Potter. I'll contact the Ministry immediately and have them send additional security to Azkaban. When the headmaster returns tomorrow, you can discuss the matter with him in detail. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, relieved that she was taking him seriously. In the meantime, she continued, I suggest you return to your dormitory and try to rest. There is little more you can do from here. Harry nodded, though he doubted he'd sleep much with the fortress's agitation still pulsing through their connection. As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, his thoughts returned to Quirrell's strange behavior. The defense professor's interest in Azkaban seemed far from academic. Back in the common room, he found Ron and Hermione waiting for him, both looking concerned. What happened? Hermione demanded as soon as he entered. You rushed off like the castle was on fire. Harry glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard before explaining in a low voice, there's been a security incident at Azkaban. Nothing public yet, but serious enough that I needed to alert Dumbledore. Blimey, Ron whispered. What kind of incident? Harry hesitated. He trusted his new friends, but the information about the Dementor Lord was classified for good reason. I can't give details, he said finally. Confidentiality agreements. But it's being handled. Hermione studied his face carefully. There's more to Azkaban than just a prison, isn't there? Something that isn't public knowledge. Sometimes her perceptiveness was unnerving. What makes you say that? The way you talk about it, or don't talk about it. The fact that you have emergency protocols as an 11-year-old student. The way certain professors react when it's mentioned. She leaned closer. I've been researching Covenant magic, Harry. The Potter-Azkaban Covenant is mentioned in ancient magical bindings of Britain, but the details are conspicuously vague compared to other similar agreements. Harry sighed. You're right that there's more to it, but I literally can't tell you. Magical binding contracts. Ron looked between them, confused. Hang on, you mean you own a magical prison but you don't know why? I know why, Harry corrected. I just can't explain it to others without authorization. He rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the Covenant connection. Look, I appreciate your concern, but I really need to try to sleep. Tomorrow's going to be complicated. As Harry lay in his four-poster bed that night, curtains drawn, he maintained his focus on the Azkaban connection. The initial surge of alarm had subsided, suggesting whatever breach had been attempted had either been repelled or abandoned. Still, the fortress remained unsettled, its magical awareness rippling with aftershocks. Sleep came in fitful bursts, punctuated by strange dreams. In one, he stood before the black pillar in Azkaban's depths, watching as shadowy figures worked to dismantle the runic circles around it. In another, he walked Hogwarts corridors, following Quirrell, who moved with none of his usual hesitation, his purple turban unwinding behind him like a living thing. He woke early, exhausted but determined. As he dressed, he touched the amulet Nagnok had given him, feeling its reassuring warmth. Not the burning heat of crisis, but warm enough to confirm that communication was needed. By the time he reached the Great Hall for breakfast, owls were already delivering the morning mail. Hedwig arrived with multiple letters, from Warden Blackthorn, from Nagnok, and from Madame Bones at the Ministry. All three confirmed what Harry already knew: there had been an attempted breach of the sealed chamber, though it had been thwarted by the fortress's own defenses, which had activated automatically in response to the threat. None of the letters identified the culprit, though Blackthorn's included a cryptic line: the intruder had unexpected assistance from within the prison, suggesting careful planning and inside knowledge. Harry was mulling this over when Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table. Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you in his office immediately. The password is Sherbet Lemon. Harry nodded, gathering his letters. As he stood to leave, he noticed Professor Quirrell watching him from the staff table, his expression unreadable. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry's scar prickled warningly. Dumbledore's office was as extraordinary as Harry had imagined, a large, circular room filled with curious silver instruments, their purposes unknown. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, while a magnificent red and gold bird perched on a golden stand near the desk. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him, rising from behind his desk. "Thank you for coming so promptly. I understand we had quite the excitement last night." "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed, taking the offered seat. "There was an attempted breach of the sealed chamber at Azkaban." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "So Professor McGonagall informed me. Most concerning, especially the timing. Just weeks into your first term at Hogwarts, far from the fortress. You think that's significant?" Harry asked, though he'd had the same thought. "Indeed. Your physical presence at Azkaban has been a deterrent these past few years. Your absence may have been seen as an opportunity by those aware of the fortress's true purpose." Dumbledore studied Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "What did you sense through the Covenant connection?" Harry described the sensations he'd experienced, the fortress's alarm, the impressions of movement in the lower levels, the flickering of the containment runes. "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "The Covenant creates a more profound connection than I realized. You essentially received a magical alert system." "It's been getting stronger," Harry admitted. "Ever since my first blood renewal of the seals 2 years ago. Sometimes I can even influence things at a distance. Small things, like the temperature or lighting in specific areas." "That would align with historical accounts of previous Covenant holders," Dumbledore nodded. "The magic tends to strengthen with use and familiarity. However, it does raise concerns about your vulnerability while at Hogwarts." "Vulnerability, sir?" "If you can sense Azkaban, there is a possibility that the Dementor Lord can sense you in return, particularly during moments of heightened emotion or magical activity." Dumbledore rose, pacing slowly. "We must consider additional protective measures." "Like what?" "Occlumency training, for one, the magical art of protecting one's mind from external influence. Not typically taught to first years, but your circumstances are hardly typical." He paused, considering. "I believe Professor Snape would be the most qualified instructor." Harry winced inwardly. Snape was the last person he'd want poking around in his mind. "Is there anyone else who could teach me?" A knowing smile touched Dumbledore's lips. "Professor Snape can be challenging, I admit. But his skill in occlumency is unparalleled among the staff. Perhaps once weekly lessons, to start." Recognizing that it wasn't really a suggestion, Harry nodded reluctantly. "Yes, sir." "Excellent. Now, regarding the breach attempt itself, the Ministry is investigating, but I have certain sources that suggest this may not be an isolated incident." "You think someone will try again?" Harry asked, alarmed. "I believe it likely," Dumbledore confirmed. "The question is who, and to what purpose. Releasing the Dementor Lord would be catastrophic, no one with knowledge of its true nature would attempt it lightly. This suggests either ignorance of the full danger or a level of desperation that overrides caution." Harry hesitated before voicing the suspicion that had been growing since his encounter with Quirrell. "Sir, last night when I was trying to find you, I ran into Professor Quirrell. He seemed unusually interested in my connection to Azkaban. He specifically mentioned deeper secrets." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "Did he, indeed? That is, most interesting. Is it possible he could be involved somehow?" "Possible, though I would hesitate to accuse a staff member without substantial evidence." Dumbledore returned to his desk. "Nevertheless, I appreciate you bringing this to my attention, Harry. I suggest you remain vigilant around Professor Quirrell, without being obviously suspicious." Harry nodded, though he had a distinct impression that Dumbledore wasn't entirely surprised by this information. "For now," the headmaster continued, "focus on your studies and leave the investigation to the Ministry and the Order." "The Order?" Harry questioned. Dumbledore smiled slightly. A slip of the tongue. Not something you need concern yourself with at present. He glanced at an intricate silver timepiece on his desk. Your first class will be starting soon. Please keep me informed of any further disturbances you sense through the Covenant. Taking the dismissal, Harry rose to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor? There's one more thing. Warden Blackthorne mentioned that the intruder had unexpected assistance from within the prison. What do you think that means? It suggests either a compromised guard or, more concerningly, a prisoner with unusual capabilities. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Either way, it indicates a degree of planning that makes future attempts more likely. Be vigilant, Harry, both here and in your connection to Azkaban. As Harry made his way to Transfiguration, his mind whirled with new worries. The breach attempt, Quirrell's suspicious interest, the possibility of the Dementor Lord sensing him through their connection, it was a lot to process alongside the normal challenges of being a first-year student. The weeks that followed settled into an uneasy routine. Harry attended classes, completed assignments, and tried to maintain the appearance of a normal student. Weekly occlumency lessons with Snape proved as unpleasant as expected. The potions master seemed to take particular delight in highlighting Harry's failures to shield his mind. Pathetic, Potter, Snape sneered after their third session. Your mind is an open book. If the entity in Azkaban has even a fraction of the mental abilities documented, it would find your defenses laughably inadequate. I'm trying, sir, Harry replied through gritted teeth. Trying is insufficient. The Covenant connection provides a pathway that works both ways. Your failure to master occlumency doesn't just endanger you, it potentially endangers everyone should the containment be breached. Despite the harsh delivery, Harry recognized the truth in Snape's words. He redoubled his efforts, practicing the mental exercises daily, gradually building stronger shields around his thoughts. Meanwhile, his friendship with Ron and Hermione solidified through shared experiences. Ron, after initial wariness about Harry's Azkaban responsibilities, became a staunch ally who treated him like a normal boy rather than a famous figure. Hermione's brilliance and thoroughness complemented Harry's practical approach to problems, creating an effective partnership in classes. October arrived, bringing with it howling winds and driving rain that battered the castle windows. One particularly stormy evening, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione worked on their charms essays in the library, they overheard a conversation at a nearby table. Absolutely certain, came the hushed voice of an older Ravenclaw prefect. My father works in magical law enforcement. There was a breakout attempt at Azkaban last month, kept quiet to avoid panic. A breakout? That's impossible, his companion whispered back. No one escapes from Azkaban. Not a prisoner escape, something else. Dad wouldn't say exactly, but he mentioned ancient containment protocols being activated. Whatever that means. Harry exchanged looks with Ron and Hermione. News of the breach attempt had apparently started to leak, despite the Ministry's efforts to contain it. Bet that's what you couldn't tell us about, Ron murmured to Harry. Ancient containment protocols, eh? I still can't discuss it, Harry replied quietly. But yes, that's related to what happened. Hermione was watching him with her usual perceptiveness. It's getting harder to keep this secret, isn't it? Especially with you right here at school where people can ask questions directly. She was right. The Daily Prophet had run a small piece about security enhancements at Azkaban, but the absence of details had fueled speculation. Harry had already deflected questions from several classmates, including a particularly persistent Draco Malfoy. I just need to make it to the winter holidays, Harry said. I'm scheduled for a visit to the fortress then, to perform the blood renewal ritual properly. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Neville, who looked uncharacteristically excited. Harry. Professor Flitwick asked me to give you this. He handed over a sealed note. Said it was urgent. Harry opened it quickly, recognizing Flitwick's tiny, precise handwriting. Mr. Potter, while reorganizing some ancient charm texts in my private collection, I came across a reference that may interest you. A treatise dating to the early 14th century mentions the magical construction of both Hogwarts and a northern fortress, using identical foundational enchantments. Given your connection to said northern fortress, I thought you might wish to discuss this finding privately. I am available in my office this evening after dinner if you wish to learn more. Professor F. Flitwick. Harry looked up from the note, his mind racing. Confirmation of what he'd suspected, Hogwarts and Azkaban shared magical foundations, possibly even creators. The implications were significant. I need to meet with Professor Flitwick after dinner, he told the others. He's found something about Azkaban's original construction. Want us to come? Ron offered. Harry hesitated. Better not. It's likely to involve Covenant details I can't share. After dinner, Harry made his way to Flitwick's office, finding the tiny professor surrounded by stacks of ancient-looking books. Ah, Mr. Potter. Thank you for coming so promptly, Flitwick squeaked, levitating a particularly heavy tome from his desk to make room for the text he wanted to show Harry. This is quite remarkable, really. In all my years studying magical architecture, I never made the connection until I happened upon this particular passage. He opened an aged, leather-bound book to a marked page. The text was in Latin, with annotations in Middle English in the margins. This is Armand de Montmorency's Treatise on Foundational Enchantments, Flitwick explained. Written in 1327, coincidentally the same year as the Potter-Azkaban Covenant, I believe. Harry nodded, impressed by Flitwick's knowledge. Yes, that's right. Well, look here, Flitwick pointed to a specific passage. This describes the creation of the 4 primary keystones used in Hogwarts construction, one for each founder. And then here, his finger moved down the page, it mentions that the same enchanter was commissioned to create a 5th keystone of identical design for Lord Potter's Northern Containment Fortress. Harry leaned closer, wishing he could read the original text. The same magical foundation. Precisely. Flitwick squeaked excitedly. The fundamental magic underlying both structures is identical, created by the same magical architect, using the same principles. The only significant difference is that Hogwarts has 4 keystones, representing the 4 founders, while Azkaban has a single keystone, presumably linked to your family line. That explains why Azkaban feels familiar to me, Harry murmured. I felt it the first night here, something in Hogwarts magic resonates with the fortress. Most perceptive, Mr. Potter. The magical resonance between structures sharing foundational enchantments can indeed be sensed by those attuned to one of them. Flitwick studied him curiously. May I ask, does your connection to Azkaban feel different here at Hogwarts than it did elsewhere? Harry considered this. Actually, yes. It's clearer here, more focused. I thought it was just because I was learning to interpret it better, but maybe it's the magical resonance you mentioned. Fascinating. Flitwick clapped his tiny hands together. This could have significant implications for your ability to maintain the Covenant while at Hogwarts. He hesitated, his expression growing more serious. Mr. Potter, while I don't know the exact nature of what Azkaban contains, that information remains highly classified. I understand that maintaining its security is crucial. If my discovery can assist in that endeavor, I would be most pleased to help. Thank you, Professor, Harry said sincerely. This is incredibly valuable information. I'll need to inform Nagnok and the Department of Mysteries about this connection. Of course, of course. I've taken the liberty of preparing a copy of the relevant passages for you. Flitwick handed him several sheets of parchment. The original text is in Latin, but I've included a translation. Most illuminating reading, if I do say so. Harry accepted the parchment gratefully. Professor, may I ask, how did you know about my connection to Azkaban? Most of the staff seem to avoid mentioning it. Flitwick smiled sympathetically. The staff were briefed on your unique circumstances before term began, Mr. Potter. I imagine most avoid the subject out of respect for your privacy, or perhaps discomfort with the implications. I, however, have always found magical architecture fascinating. The covenant binding a family bloodline to a magical structure is an extraordinary piece of charm work. As Harry left Flitwick's office, his mind was already connecting this new information with what he knew about the covenant. If Hogwarts and Azkaban shared fundamental magical architecture, perhaps the castle could serve as a focus point for maintaining the connection, even strengthening it. He was so absorbed in these thoughts that he nearly collided with someone lurking in the shadowy corridor outside Flitwick's office, Professor Quirrell. P.P. Potter, Quirrell stammered, adjusting his turban nervously. Out late, aren't we? I had a meeting with Professor Flitwick, sir, Harry replied, instinctively clutching the parchment closer to his chest. Quirrell's eyes darted to the papers. Research, P. Potter. Something interesting, P. perhaps. Just some extra charms reading, Professor, Harry lied smoothly. Professor Flitwick thought it might help with my wand work. I see. Quirrell's stutter seemed to diminish as his eyes narrowed slightly. It's curious, isn't it, how certain magical places seem to resonate with each other. Hogwarts itself has many secrets, as I'm sure you're discovering. The pointed comment sent alarm bells ringing in Harry's mind. Had Quirrell been eavesdropping? Did he somehow know what Flitwick had discovered? I should get back to my dormitory, Professor, Harry said, stepping around Quirrell. It's getting late. Indeed it is, Mr. Potter. Pleasant dreams. Something in Quirrell's tone made the innocuous farewell sound almost like a threat. As Harry hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, he couldn't shake the feeling that Quirrell knew exactly what he and Flitwick had been discussing, and that the defense professor had a disturbing interest in the connection between Hogwarts and Azkaban. Halloween arrived, bringing with it the delicious smell of baking pumpkin that wafted through the corridors. In charms that morning, Professor Flitwick announced they were ready to start making objects fly, something they'd all been eager to try since watching him make Neville's toad zoom around the classroom. Harry was partnered with Seamus Finnegan, while Ron worked with Hermione. Neither pairing seemed particularly happy with the arrangement, especially after Hermione successfully levitated her feather on the first try, earning praise from Flitwick and a scowl from Ron. It's no wonder no one can stand her, Ron muttered to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor after class. She's a nightmare, honestly. Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears in her eyes. I think she heard you, Harry said quietly. So? Ron looked uncomfortable but defensive. She must have noticed she's got no friends. Hermione didn't appear for their next class, nor was she seen all afternoon. On their way to the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Ron looked even more uncomfortable at this news but seemed to push it aside as they entered the Great Hall, which had been decorated with thousands of live bats and giant pumpkins carved into lanterns. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, but Harry had barely taken a bite of baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted into panic until Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand to restore silence. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. As Percy led the Gryffindors through the crowds, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron bit his lip, torn between safety and guilt. Oh, all right, he relented. But Percy'd better not see us. They slipped away, hurrying toward the girls' bathroom. They had just turned a corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. Expecting Percy, they ducked behind a large stone griffin. To their surprise, it was Snape who crossed the corridor, moving swiftly and disappearing from view. What's he doing? Harry whispered. Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers? No idea, Ron replied. Quietly as possible, they crept after Snape, following him up to the third floor, the forbidden corridor. He's heading for the third floor, Harry murmured. Why would he? A foul stench reached their nostrils, followed by low grunting and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the corridor, a massive figure emerged, 12 feet tall, with dull, granite-gray skin and a tiny head perched atop its boulder-like body. "I thought Quirrell said the troll was in the dungeons," Ron whispered, his voice cracking. "It was," Harry replied grimly. "Someone's moved it. And I think I know why." He had a sudden flash of insight, the breach attempt at Azkaban, Quirrell's suspicious behavior, and now this. A distraction. Before he could explain his theory to Ron, they heard a high, petrified scream from a nearby room. "Hermione," they said together, running toward the sound. The scene inside the girls' bathroom was chaotic, splintered wooden stalls, broken sinks, and Hermione shrinking against the wall in terror as the troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it," Harry said desperately to Ron, seizing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then turned its ugly snout toward Harry, giving Hermione a chance to crawl toward the door. What followed was a frantic battle as Harry and Ron tried to distract the troll long enough for Hermione to escape. When Ron's levitation charm sent the troll's own club crashing onto its head, knocking it unconscious, they stood panting in shocked silence. It was Hermione who broke the silence. "Is it dead?" "I don't think so," Harry replied, checking the troll's pulse at its thick neck. "Just knocked out." A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made them look up. Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape and Quirrell. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly on a toilet, clutching his heart. Harry watched Snape bent over the troll, then glanced sharply at Harry with unreadable eyes. McGonagall, meanwhile, was beside herself with anger, her lips white as she demanded an explanation. To everyone's surprise, it was Hermione who provided one, a fabricated story about seeking the troll deliberately, with Harry and Ron coming to save her. "Well, in that case." McGonagall stared at the three of them. "Miss Granger, foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" After deducting 5 points from Gryffindor for Hermione and awarding 5 each to Harry and Ron, McGonagall dismissed them. As they left, Harry noticed something odd, a bleeding cut on Snape's leg that the professor was trying to hide beneath his robes. "He was on the 3rd floor," Harry murmured to the others as they headed back to Gryffindor Tower. "I think he was checking on whatever's being guarded there." "Guarded?" Hermione asked, confused. Harry explained about following Snape to the forbidden corridor. "There's something valuable hidden at Hogwarts this year. Dumbledore mentioned it indirectly during my last meeting with him." "You think the troll was a diversion?" Ron asked. "But who would let it in?" Harry's gaze drifted to the staff table, where Quirrell sat trembling beside Snape. The defense professor had been the one to alert everyone to the troll, drawing the staff to the dungeons while the creature somehow ended up on the upper floors. "I have a theory," Harry said quietly. "But I need more evidence." From that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. In the weeks that followed, Harry juggled his growing suspicions about Quirrell with his regular occlumency lessons and the approaching winter holiday, when he would return to Azkaban for the blood renewal ritual. His connection to the fortress had stabilized since the breach attempt, but he could still sense a restlessness in the deeper levels, as though something was stirring. The first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, brought a welcome distraction. Harry joined Ron and Hermione in the stands, cheering enthusiastically for their house team. Halfway through the match, as Gryffindor pulled ahead, Harry felt a strange prickling along his scar. It wasn't pain, exactly, but awareness, the same sensation he sometimes felt when the Azkaban connection was active. He glanced around, finding Quirrell staring not at the Quidditch match but directly at him. Their eyes met across the distance, and Harry felt it, a subtle probing at the edges of his mind, testing his defenses. The occlumency training with Snape had prepared him for this. He recognized the sensation of someone attempting to access his thoughts. Instinctively, Harry strengthened his mental shields, picturing them as solid stone walls like those of Azkaban. The probing intensified, becoming more focused, more determined. Without breaking eye contact with Quirrell, Harry did something he'd never attempted before. He reversed the connection, using the Azkaban link as a conduit to push back against the intrusion. For a brief moment, he glimpsed something behind Quirrell's eyes, not the nervous professor's consciousness, but something else. Something cold and calculating and achingly familiar. Quirrell gasped visibly, breaking the connection. He stood abruptly and hurried from the stands, clutching his turban. "Harry? Are you all right?" Hermione asked, noticing his rigid posture. I think Quirrell just tried to read my mind," Harry said quietly, still shaken by what he'd glimpsed. "And I don't think he's alone in his head." "What do you mean?" Ron looked alarmed. "I'm not sure yet," Harry replied, watching the place where Quirrell had disappeared. "But I think we need to find out what's hidden in that third-floor corridor. And soon." As November yielded to December, the castle grew bitterly cold. The lake froze solid, and frost coated the grounds each morning. Most students were eagerly anticipating the Christmas holiday, but Harry found himself increasingly tense as his scheduled visit to Azkaban approached. The three friends had spent weeks researching what might be hidden at Hogwarts. A chance conversation with Hagrid had yielded a crucial clue: a small package removed from Gringotts just before a break-in, and a name, Nicholas Flamel. "He's the creator of the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione had finally discovered, after extensive research. "It transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal." "That explains the security," Harry murmured. "But why hide it at Hogwarts? And why now?" They had gradually pieced together the protective measures guarding the stone. Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy, was just the first of several obstacles created by different professors. The day before the winter holiday, Harry received an urgent owl from Nagnok, confirming arrangements for his visit to Azkaban. "Mr. Potter, final preparations are complete for your Yule visit to the fortress. The Department of Mysteries has provided the complete ritual instructions based on the original Covenant text. Their analysis suggests that performing the renewal at Hogwarts, with its resonant magical foundation, could actually strengthen the containment beyond what was previously possible. However, a physical visit remains necessary for full inspection of the seals. Warden Blackthorn reports increased Dementor agitation near the sealed chamber, suggesting the entity senses the approaching ritual. Minister Fudge has requested to observe the proceedings, which I have reluctantly approved with strict limitations. Be prepared for political maneuvering. Your portkey activates at 9 a.m. tomorrow from the headmaster's office. Yours in service, Nagnok. Harry shared the news with Ron and Hermione as they walked across the snow-covered grounds that afternoon. "Will you be back for Christmas?" Ron asked. His family was visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, leaving him at Hogwarts for the holiday. "I should be back by Christmas Eve," Harry confirmed. "The ritual itself only takes a few hours, but there are inspections and meetings afterward." "I've been reading everything I can find about Covenant magic," Hermione said. "It's fascinating how blood-based enchantments can maintain their potency for centuries. The Potter Covenant must be extraordinarily powerful to last this long." "It is," Harry agreed. "Though the original purpose has been reinterpreted over time." This was as close as he could come to hinting at the truth without violating his magical confidentiality agreements. As they passed Hagrid's hut, they noticed Snape and Quirrell standing just inside the tree line of the Forbidden Forest, apparently arguing. They ducked behind a large oak to observe. "Don't know why you wanted to meet here of all places, Severus," Quirrell was stammering. "Oh, I thought we'd keep this private," Snape said, his voice icy. "Students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone, after all." Harry leaned forward to catch Quirrell's mumbled reply, but his foot slipped on the snow. Snape's head snapped in their direction, his dark eyes scanning the trees. "We should go," Harry whispered, pulling his friends away before they were discovered. Back in the castle, they debated what they'd overheard. It sounds like Snape's threatening Quirrell, Ron said. Trying to force him to help steal the stone. I'm not so sure, Harry replied slowly. What if Snape suspects what I do, that Quirrell isn't what he seems? You still haven't explained what you meant about Quirrell not being alone in his head, Hermione pointed out. Harry hesitated. It's just a theory, but, what if Quirrell is possessed? Or willingly sharing his body with someone else? That's dark magic, Hermione gasped. Really dark. Who would? She stopped, eyes widening in horror. You don't think? Voldemort, Harry said quietly, ignoring Ron's flinch at the name. It would explain a lot. The interest in the stone, immortality would be tempting to someone barely clinging to existence. The interest in Azkaban, the Dementor Lord would be a powerful ally or weapon. The attempts to break into my mind, to learn what I know about both. Ron looked pale. But that would mean you know who is here, inside Hogwarts, right now. It's just a theory, Harry repeated. I need more evidence. And I need to complete this ritual tomorrow to make sure Azkaban remains secure, regardless of who's after it. That night, as Harry packed what he'd need for his visit to Azkaban, he felt the fortress connection pulse with unusual strength. Images flashed through his mind, Dementors converging, the black pillar vibrating slightly, the innermost containment runes flickering. Soon, young heir, soon we shall meet properly. Harry gasped, nearly dropping the ritual dagger he'd been packing. The voice from the sealed chamber had never reached him at such a distance before. Whatever was happening at Azkaban, the Dementor Lord's power was growing. He needed to complete this ritual successfully. Everything, the stone, Quirrell, even Voldemort if his theory was correct, could wait. The containment at Azkaban had to be his priority. The next morning, Harry met Dumbledore in his office, ready for the Portkey journey. The headmaster studied him with concern. You sense it too, don't you? Harry asked. The change in the containment. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded gravely. The magical resonance between Hogwarts and Azkaban allows me to feel echoes of what you experience more directly. The entity is testing its boundaries with increasing frequency. Professor, Harry hesitated, then decided to voice his suspicion. I think Quirrell might be possessed by Voldemort. If he expected surprise, he was disappointed. Dumbledore merely nodded slowly. I have considered this possibility. What led you to this conclusion? Harry explained the mental probe during the Quidditch match, the glimpse he'd caught of another consciousness, and Quirrell's suspicious behavior regarding both the stone and Azkaban. A concerning theory, supported by troubling evidence, Dumbledore acknowledged. However, without proof, we cannot act directly against a Hogwarts professor. For now, focus on the ritual. Strengthen the containment. We will address the Quirrell situation when you return. The Portkey, an ordinary-looking quill, began to glow blue. Harry gripped it firmly, and with a jerk behind his navel, he was pulled away from Hogwarts toward the distant fortress that had become so integral to his life. Azkaban loomed from the stormy North Sea, exactly as he remembered it, yet somehow changed. The fortress felt more alive to him now, its semi-sentient presence reaching out eagerly as he approached. It recognized him not just as its master but as someone who understood its purpose, who had connected with its magic on a fundamental level. Nagnock and Warden Blackthorn waited at the dock, along with a contingent from the Department of Mysteries and, to Harry's dismay, Minister Fudge and his undersecretary, a toad-like woman dressed in pink whom Harry recognized from ministry functions as Dolores Umbridge. Mr. Potter. Fudge greeted him with forced joviality. Remarkable business, this Covenant magic. Most remarkable. The Ministry is, of course, fully supportive of these necessary security measures. Thank you, Minister, Harry replied politely, having learned the value of diplomatic responses. I appreciate the Ministry's continued cooperation regarding Azkaban's true purpose. Fudge's smile faltered slightly at the pointed reminder that the Ministry was, technically, using the Potter family's property with their permission rather than by right. Yes, Well, we're all working toward the same goal, aren't we? Security and containment and all that. Umbridge stepped forward, her girlish voice at odds with her calculating expression. Mr. Potter, how unusual to see a child handling such significant magical responsibilities. One wonders if it wouldn't be more appropriate for the Ministry to assume direct oversight of these rituals, for your own protection, of course. The Covenant specifically requires Potter blood freely given, Nagnock interrupted coldly. Ministry interference would violate the magic and potentially destabilize the containment. Let's proceed with the inspection, Warden Blackthorn suggested, clearly hoping to avoid a political confrontation. The lower levels are prepared for the ritual, but Mr. Potter should see the condition of the seals first. As they descended through the prison levels, Harry noted the improvements he'd implemented over the years: better lighting, cleaner cells, and fewer dementors on the upper levels where the less dangerous prisoners were housed. The guards nodded respectfully as he passed, no longer viewing him as a curiosity but as the legitimate authority in the fortress. When they reached the high-security level, Harry noticed something unexpected: Augustus Rookwood, the former Unspeakable and Death Eater, watching their procession with unusual intensity. "Potter," Rookwood called softly as they passed his cell. "A word, if you would." Harry paused, ignoring Umbridge's disapproving sniff. "What is it, Rookwood?" The Death Eater moved closer to the bars, speaking too quietly for the others to hear. "The entity below is more active than they're telling you. It's reaching out, testing minds receptive to its influence. Some among your group have heard its call, though they may not recognize it for what it is." Harry maintained a neutral expression. "Why tell me this?" "Self-preservation," Rookwood replied with a thin smile. "I have no desire to witness what would happen should the Dementor Lord escape. Some of my former associates might be foolish enough to think they could control such a force. They are wrong." Before Harry could respond, Umbridge intervened. "Mr. Potter, I must insist you not engage with the prisoners. Most inappropriate. These criminals are manipulators of the highest order." Harry nodded, though he filed Rookwood's warning away for future consideration. The former Unspeakable had no reason to lie about this particular danger. They continued to the sealed hatch leading to the deepest level. As Harry approached, the locks clicked open on their own, responding to his presence. The stairway beyond stretched down into darkness, just as he remembered. "Minister, Madam Umbridge, this is as far as you can proceed," one of the Unspeakables announced. "Only those directly involved in the ritual may enter the containment chamber." "Nonsense," Umbridge objected. "The minister has every right to. The restriction is magical, not procedural," the Unspeakable interrupted, unusual firmness in his voice. "The chamber will not admit those not recognized by the Covenant. Attempting to force entry could trigger defensive measures." Fudge, looking relieved rather than disappointed, quickly agreed. "Quite right, quite right. We'll await your return here, Potter. Good luck with the renewal thingy." Harry descended with Nagnock, Blackthorn, and the two Unspeakables. The chamber at the bottom was exactly as he remembered, vast and circular, with the black pillar rising from floor to ceiling at its center, surrounded by concentric rings of runic inscriptions. But something had changed. The shadows around the pillar seemed thicker, more substantial, almost writhing with contained energy. And the runes, Harry could see immediately that they had deteriorated significantly since his last visit. The outer rings glowed steadily, but the inner circles flickered like dying flames. "The containment is failing faster than anticipated," the lead Unspeakable observed grimly. "The entity has been testing the boundaries continuously since your departure for Hogwarts, Mr. Potter." "It knows I'm not here regularly anymore," Harry said quietly. "It's been waiting for this opportunity." "Precisely why today's ritual is crucial," Nagnock agreed. "The translated instructions indicate that we must renew all circles simultaneously rather than sequentially as you did previously." Harry nodded, understanding the urgency. The Unspeakables began setting up the ritual space, placing enchanted silver bowls at specific points along each runic circle. Nagnok handed Harry the ceremonial dagger, silver with runes etched along the blade, far more elaborate than the one he'd used before. This was created specifically for the Covenant, Nagnok explained. It will channel your intent along with your blood, strengthening the binding. As the preparations continued, Harry felt the fortress's presence in his mind, more intense than ever before. It was communicating urgently, showing him flashes of the pillar, of the runes, of something moving within the shadows. Blood of my jailer, so close, so potent. The voice from the pillar was stronger too, no longer a distant whisper but a clear, cold presence in his thoughts. Harry reinforced his occlumency shields, grateful for Snape's harsh training. "We're ready," the lead unspeakable announced. "Mr. Potter, please take your position at the center point." Harry stepped into the innermost circle, directly before the black pillar. From this close, he could see that the pillar wasn't solid at all, but composed of swirling, condensed shadow that occasionally parted to reveal glimpses of something moving within, a gaunt, crowned figure that radiated ancient malevolence. The unspeakable handed him a parchment with the ritual words. "Speak the incantation as you offer your blood to each circle. Begin with the innermost and work outward, the reverse of the standard procedure. This will contain the entity's influence before strengthening the outer barriers." Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself. The ceremonial dagger felt warm in his hand, almost eager. Raising his left palm, he made a clean cut across it with the silver blade. Blood welled immediately, bright red against his skin. "Sanguine hierdis, vincula renovo," he intoned, letting his blood drip onto the innermost circle of runes. "Potestate lineami, te contineo et abstringo." The effect was immediate and dramatic. The runes flared with brilliant blue-white light, the glow surging around the circle like wildfire. The shadows within the pillar recoiled, and a high, cold shriek echoed through the chamber, not physical sound but psychic pain. "No. You cannot. You are mine." The voice struck Harry's mind with unexpected force, momentarily staggering him. He felt something reaching for him through the blood connection, the entity attempting to use the ritual itself as a pathway. "Resist it, Mr. Potter," the unspeakable called urgently. "Your will must dominate the connection." Harry focused all his mental strength on the task, visualizing the containment as he had during his occlumency training, impenetrable walls surrounding the entity, reinforced by his blood and magic. "Sanguine hierdis, vincula renovo," he repeated, moving to the next circle and adding his blood. "Potestate lineami, te contineo et abstringo." Each circle flared in turn as he continued the ritual, working his way outward. With each activation, he felt the containment strengthening, the entity's influence receding. But the resistance was stronger than before, the Dementor Lord fighting against the renewal with all its ancient power. As Harry reached the final, outermost circle, he felt a surge of inspiration. Professor Flitwick's discovery about the shared magical foundations between Hogwarts and Azkaban, could he use that connection to reinforce the ritual? Acting on instinct, Harry modified the final incantation. "Sanguine hierdis, vincula renovo. Per potestatem Hogwarts et Azkaban, antiqua fundamenta conjuncta, te contineo et abstringo in aeternum." The effect was beyond anything he had anticipated. The runes exploded with light so intense that everyone shielded their eyes. The magic surged not just around the circle but throughout the entire chamber, up through the fortress above, and, Harry could feel it, across the miles to Hogwarts itself, drawing on the castle's ancient power to reinforce the containment. The black pillar shuddered violently, the shadows within it contorting in what could only be described as agony. A final, rage-filled shriek echoed through their minds, and then silence fell, broken only by the steady, powerful hum of the activated runes, all of them now glowing with consistent brightness. "Extraordinary," breathed the lead unspeakable, staring at the containment circles in wonder. "You've not just renewed the seals, you've reinforced them beyond their original strength. How did you know to invoke the Hogwarts connection?" Professor Flitwick discovered that Hogwarts and Azkaban share the same magical foundation, Harry explained, suddenly feeling exhausted as the adrenaline of the ritual faded. I thought I might be able to draw on that connection. Brilliant innovation, Mr. Potter, Nagnok approved. The containment should now remain stable for significantly longer than the standard 3 months between renewals. Harry nodded, too tired to feel properly triumphant. The ritual had taken more out of him than he'd expected, and fighting off the Dementor Lord's mental assault had drained his mental reserves. As they ascended back to the upper levels where Fudge and Umbridge waited, Harry reflected on what he'd experienced. The entity was far more aware, more intelligent, and more dangerous than he'd initially understood. It had actively attempted to use his blood connection to escape, a strategy that suggested planning and adaptation rather than mindless malevolence. The ritual was successful, I take it? Fudge asked as they emerged. Everything secure and whatnot? More than successful, the unspeakable replied before Harry could speak. Mr. Potter has innovated an improvement to the ritual that substantially strengthens the containment. The department will be studying the effects for months to come. Fudge beamed, clapping Harry on the shoulder as though taking credit. Excellent, excellent. Just what we like to hear. The Ministry appreciates your continued commitment to security, Potter. Umbridge looked less pleased. Innovation in ancient rituals can be dangerous, Mr. Potter. One hopes you consulted with proper authorities before making such adjustments. The Covenant grants Mr. Potter complete authority over the containment magic, Nagnok reminded her coldly. The proper authorities in this matter begin and end with him. Before Umbridge could respond, Harry swayed slightly, the exhaustion from the ritual hitting him in earnest. Mr. Potter needs rest, Blackthorn intervened. We've prepared quarters for him to recover before returning to Hogwarts tomorrow. As Harry was led to the administrative wing of the fortress, he felt a deep satisfaction despite his fatigue. The containment was secure, more secure than it had been in centuries, if the unspeakables were to be believed. Whatever Quirrell or Voldemort might be planning, they wouldn't find an ally in the Dementor Lord, at least not anytime soon. Still, as he drifted towards sleep in the warden's guest quarters, Harry couldn't shake the memory of the entity's voice in his mind, its final message before the strengthened containment cut off their connection: "This changes nothing, heir of my jailer. Time is on my side. And now I know your mind, as you know mine. We are connected, you and I, more deeply than you realize. Until next time, young Potter, until next time." Chapter 4, The Dementor King. Christmas at Hogwarts was everything Harry had imagined it would be: 12 towering fir trees adorned with golden bubbles and real, live fairies, warm fires crackling in every fireplace, and miles of garlands strung with holly and mistletoe crisscrossing the corridors. The castle felt almost empty with most students gone for the holidays, giving Harry, Ron, and the few remaining Gryffindors the run of the tower. Harry had returned from Azkaban late on Christmas Eve, exhausted but satisfied. The reinforced containment was holding strong, and the distant presence of the fortress in his mind felt calmer than it had in months. He had shared a simplified account of his visit with Ron, describing the ritual without mentioning the Dementor Lord's mental assault or the entity itself. Christmas morning brought an unexpected pile of presents, Harry's first proper Christmas. Ron had given him a handmade wooden model of Azkaban, surprisingly detailed and accurate given that Ron had never seen the fortress. From Hermione, who had gone home to her parents, came a large box of chocolate frogs with a note explaining they were for Dementor emergencies. Hagrid had sent a hand-carved wooden flute, and Mrs. Weasley had included Harry in her family tradition, sending a hand-knitted emerald green sweater and homemade fudge. But the most intriguing gift was a silvery, fluid-like cloak that had belonged to his father, delivered anonymously with a note suggesting he'd use it well. When Ron explained it was an invisibility cloak, extremely rare and valuable, Harry felt a surge of connection to the father he had never known. That night, unable to sleep, Harry decided to test the cloak. The empty corridors of Hogwarts stretched before him, every forbidden area suddenly accessible. On impulse, he headed for the library's restricted section, hoping to find more information about the connection between Hogwarts and Azkaban. The adventure nearly ended in disaster when a shrieking book alerted Filch, forcing Harry to flee into an unused classroom. There, he discovered something extraordinary, the mirror of Erist, which showed him his family for the first time. Night after night he returned, drawn by the vision of his parents and extended family smiling at him, until Dumbledore intervened. "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest desire of our hearts," the headmaster explained gently. "It gives neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible." "I see my family," Harry admitted quietly. "And that is both expected and telling," Dumbledore said. "You, who have shouldered responsibility beyond your years, desire most what was taken from you, the simple comfort of family." As January's bitter cold settled over the castle, Harry pushed aside the memory of the mirror and refocused on the mystery of Quirrell. The defense professor seemed increasingly nervous, growing thinner and paler as the weeks passed. Harry occasionally caught Quirrell watching him in the Great Hall, only to look away hurriedly when their eyes met. "He's afraid of you now," Hermione observed after one such incident. "Ever since you returned from Azkaban. What exactly did you do during that ritual?" "I can't give details," Harry reminded her, "but I significantly strengthened the protections. If Quirrell is working for Voldemort, or is Voldemort, he would have felt the magical surge. The containment draws power from similar foundations to Hogwarts." "You think you know who wants whatever's in Azkaban as much as the stone?" Ron asked quietly, still uncomfortable saying Voldemort's name. "Maybe more," Harry replied grimly. "The stone offers immortality, but what's contained in Azkaban could give him an army that would make Death Eaters look like a schoolyard gang." He regretted the words immediately. He'd revealed more than he should have, but neither Ron nor Hermione seemed to notice the slip, assuming he meant the Dementors themselves rather than their master. Their research into Nicholas Flamel finally paid off when Hermione returned from the holiday with the crucial information about the Philosopher's Stone. Armed with this knowledge, they began monitoring Quirrell more closely, noting his movements and suspicious behaviors. One evening in late January, Harry was returning from the library alone when he felt a familiar tug at the edge of his awareness, not Azkaban this time, but something closer. He followed the sensation down a seventh-floor corridor, eventually stopping before a blank stone wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. Acting on instinct, Harry paced before the wall, focusing on his need to understand the connection between Hogwarts and Azkaban. On his third pass, a door materialized in the previously blank wall. Inside was a vast room filled with architectural models, ancient texts, and what appeared to be the original building plans for both Hogwarts and Azkaban, spread across a massive table. Harry approached in awe, recognizing the identical foundational runic patterns embedded in both structures. "The Room of Requirement," a voice said from behind him. Harry spun to find nearly headless Nick floating near the doorway. "Appears when you have a specific need and presents what you require. I wondered if you might find it eventually, given your unique connection to the castle." "Sir Nicholas," Harry greeted the ghost respectfully. "You know about my connection to Azkaban?" "Ghosts observe much and speak little, young Potter," Nick replied enigmatically. "Hogwarts herself remembers her sister fortress, though few living wizards recall their shared origins." Harry gestured to the plans. "These are original copies, but accurate ones. The founders and Alaric Potter collaborated more closely than history records." Nick drifted toward the table. "What you seek is here, the keystone connection that binds both structures to their fundamental magic." Harry spent hours studying the plans, discovering that both Hogwarts and Azkaban contained 5 magical keystones, one from each Hogwarts founder, plus one created by Alaric Potter. In Hogwarts, the stones were placed at strategic points forming a protective pentagon around the castle. In Azkaban, identical stones were arranged in a containment pattern around the central chamber where the Dementor Lord was imprisoned. Most fascinating was a small annotation in what Harry recognized as Rowena Ravenclaw's handwriting: "The keystones remain linked across distance. What affects one affects its twin. Herein lies both vulnerability and strength. The two fortresses are magically tethered," Harry murmured, understanding dawning. That's why the strengthened ritual worked so well. I was essentially drawing on Hogwarts' power through the Keystone connection. And why, Nick added gravely, any attempt to corrupt one fortress might affect the other. The founders understood this risk when they assisted in creating Azkaban's containment. A chill ran down Harry's spine. If someone with Voldemort's knowledge discovered this connection, they might try to use Hogwarts to undermine Azkaban's defenses, or vice versa. Thank you for showing me this, Harry said to Nick. This information could be crucial. I did not show you anything, Nick replied with a spectral smile. The castle did. Hogwarts protects her own, Mr. Potter, and she recognizes you as keeper of her sister fortress. Remember that in the difficult days ahead. February brought no improvement in Quirrell's condition. If anything, the defense professor seemed to deteriorate further, his turban slightly askew during classes, his stuttering more pronounced except in moments of apparent frustration when it would vanish entirely. Snape, meanwhile, had become Quirrell's shadow, appearing unexpectedly in corridors where the defense professor walked alone. Harry's occlumency lessons with Snape continued, though with a subtle shift in focus. Rather than simply teaching Harry to shield his mind, Snape now emphasized techniques for detecting external influences, skills that would help identify mental contact from either Voldemort or the Dementor Lord. Your mind is unusually interconnected, Potter, Snape observed during one session, his tone less caustic than usual. The Covenant creates pathways that would not normally exist. These can be vulnerabilities if left unguarded. Or strengths if properly utilized, Harry countered, surprising himself with his boldness. Snape studied him with unreadable eyes. Perhaps. Though few wizards your age could handle such mental complexity without fracturing. Your capacity in this area is unexpected. It was as close to a compliment as Harry had ever received from the potion's master. As winter grudgingly gave way to spring, Harry maintained regular correspondence with Warden Blackthorn and Nagnok, monitoring conditions at Azkaban. The strengthened containment was holding well, though the Dementors remained unusually active around the sealed chamber, as if expecting something. One morning in early March, Harry received a cryptic letter from Blackthorn. Mr. Potter, prisoner Rookwood requests a confidential meeting regarding mutual security concerns. Given his former position with the Unspeakables and his historical knowledge, I believe this may be worth your attention despite his criminal status. The Department of Mysteries has authorized a secure communication channel if you wish to speak with him without traveling to the fortress. Their representative will contact you to make arrangements if you approve. Respectfully, M. Blackthorn. Warden Harry consulted with Ron and Hermione in a quiet corner of the common room that evening. Rookwood was one of you-know-who's followers, Ron said immediately. Dad's mentioned him, he was an unspeakable who passed information to the Death Eaters. Dangerous and clever. Which makes his request either valuable or a trap, Hermione noted. But he's securely imprisoned, so what could he gain by misleading you? Harry considered this. When I was at Azkaban for the ritual, Rookwood warned me that something was happening, that the entity was reaching out to minds receptive to its influence. He seemed genuinely concerned about containment. Self-preservation, Ron suggested. Even Death Eaters probably don't want ancient evil monsters running around free. Exactly, Harry agreed. I think I should hear what he has to say. 2 days later, Harry was escorted to an unused classroom where an unspeakable had set up a secure magical communication device, a black obsidian mirror in an ornate silver frame. When activated, it showed the high-security visiting area at Azkaban, where Augustus Rookwood sat waiting, his aristocratic features gaunt but his eyes still sharp with intelligence. Mr. Potter, Rookwood greeted him with a slight incline of his head. Thank you for agreeing to this unusual conversation. You said you had information about security concerns, Harry replied, keeping his tone neutral. I'm listening. Rookwood's thin lips curved in what might have been a smile. Direct. Good. I'll be equally direct. The Dark Lord is seeking access to the Dementor Lord's chamber. Though Harry had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed sent a chill through him. How do you know this? Because he's been recruiting help from within Azkaban itself, Rookwood replied. The Lestranges have been receiving, dreams, shall we say. Visions of power and freedom, sent directly from the entity below. And they're not alone. The entity can't reach beyond the fortress, Harry objected. The containment was designed to prevent physical escape, not mental influence, Rookwood corrected. The Dementor Lord was a psychic entity before it took physical form. Its primary power has always been mental domination. Harry absorbed this troubling information. You said Voldemort is seeking access. How? He's not physically here. Rookwood flinched slightly at the name but continued. Yet his influence extends. There are rumors among those still loyal to him. He has found a temporary form and seeks to regain his power. The stone you're protecting at Hogwarts is one path. The Dementor Lord is another. How do you know about the stone? Harry demanded. A ghost of a smile touched Rookwood's face. I was an unspeakable for 20 years, Mr. Potter. Nicholas Flamel's creation has been coveted by dark wizards for centuries. Its presence at Hogwarts is logical, given recent vault security breaches at Gringotts. What exactly is Voldemort planning with the Dementor Lord? An alliance, most likely. The entity offers power over Dementors and the ability to inflict despair on an unprecedented scale. In exchange, it wants freedom. Rookwood leaned forward. But the Dark Lord doesn't understand what he's dealing with. The Dementor Lord doesn't make alliances, it makes servants. Even Voldemort would find himself subordinate to a creature that ancient. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked, the question that had been bothering him from the beginning. You served him. Rookwood's expression hardened. I served a powerful, brilliant wizard with a vision for magical society. I did not sign up to unleash primordial horrors that would consume wizard and muggle alike. There are lines, Mr. Potter, even for those you call Death Eaters. Harry studied the former unspeakable carefully, trying to detect deception. What do you suggest I do with this information? Be vigilant. The containment you strengthened at Yule was impressive, I felt the magical surge even in my cell, but the Dark Lord is nothing if not patient. He will look for weaknesses, particularly in the connection between Hogwarts and Azkaban. Harry's surprise must have shown on his face, because Rookwood smiled thinly. Yes, I know about that. The Department of Mysteries keeps careful records of magical architecture. The shared keystones create a vulnerability if one knows how to exploit it. And does Voldemort know? Perhaps not yet, but he has ways of acquiring knowledge. I suggest you ensure those keystones at Hogwarts are well protected. Rookwood glanced at someone off-mirror. Our time grows short. One final piece of advice, Mr. Potter, do not underestimate the entity's ability to influence through dreams and visions. Its mental powers are its most dangerous weapon. The obsidian mirror darkened, ending the conversation and leaving Harry with troubling new information and even more questions. That night, he shared a carefully edited version with Ron and Hermione, focusing on the warning about keystones without revealing the Dementor Lord's existence. So you know who might try to use Hogwarts to break into Azkaban somehow? Ron asked, struggling to understand the complex magical theory. Essentially, yes, Harry confirmed. The same foundational magic that makes both structures so powerful creates a potential vulnerability between them. We need to locate the Hogwarts keystones, Hermione decided, already pulling out parchment to start planning. Based on what you saw in the Room of Requirement, they should form a pentagon around the castle, correct? Harry nodded. One stone for each founder, plus the one created by my ancestor. Together they form the magical backbone of Hogwarts. This explains why you know who might be interested in both the stone and Azkaban, Hermione said thoughtfully. They're connected through Hogwarts itself. The three friends spent the next week scouring the castle, using Harry's invisibility cloak to access restricted areas after hours. They discovered the first keystone hidden in the wall behind Gryffindor's portrait in the common room, recognizable by the lion engraving and pulsing magical signature that Harry could feel through his connection to Azkaban. The Ravenclaw stone was embedded in the floor of the library's restricted section. The Hufflepuff stone was hidden near the kitchens, while the Slytherin stone was predictably located in the dungeons, near the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The fifth stone, the one created by Alaric Potter, proved more elusive. According to the plans Harry had seen, it should have been located in the center of the Pentagon, binding the others together. After days of searching, they finally found it in the most obvious yet overlooked location, the headmaster's office, directly beneath Dumbledore's desk. Of course, Hermione breathed when Harry reported his discovery after being summoned to meet with the headmaster about his occlumency progress. The headmaster is literally sitting on the central power point of the entire castle. And Dumbledore must know, Ron added. No way he doesn't recognize what's under his desk. He knows, Harry confirmed. When I was leaving, he said something about how foundations require careful maintenance. It wasn't just about my occlumency. With the keystones located, they faced a new problem: how to protect them from potential tampering. The stones themselves were physically inaccessible, embedded in walls and floors, but the magic connecting them could potentially be disrupted by someone with sufficient knowledge and power. We need a warning system, Hermione decided. Something that alerts us if anyone attempts to interfere with the keystones. I might have a solution, Harry said slowly. The Room of Requirement showed me something else, a monitoring charm developed by Rowena Ravenclaw specifically for the keystones. It creates a magical map showing the status of each stone and the connections between them. Creating the monitoring charm required precise spellwork beyond first-year level, but Hermione tackled the challenge with characteristic determination. After several failed attempts and a research expedition that required a note from Professor Flitwick to access Advanced Charms texts, she successfully cast the charm on a piece of parchment that Harry had treated with a drop of his blood to activate the Covenant connection. The result was a magical map similar to the architectural plans Harry had seen in the Room of Requirement. 5 glowing points represented the keystones, connected by lines of magical energy that pulsed with a steady rhythm. If anyone tampered with a keystone or the connections between them, the map would show the disruption immediately. As April arrived with welcome sunshine, Harry maintained regular contact with Azkaban. Warden Blackthorn reported no further unusual activity, though the Dementors continued to behave strangely, congregating in the lower levels and seeming more agitated than normal. Quirrell, meanwhile, grew increasingly unstable. During a defense against the dark arts lesson on protective charms, he lost his temper completely when Hermione correctly identified a flaw in his explanation, his stutter vanishing as he snapped, "Insufferable know-it-all. Perhaps you'd like to teach the class, since you clearly think yourself more qualified." The classroom had fallen into shocked silence, everyone staring at the normally timid professor. Quirrell had seemed to catch himself, tugging nervously at his turban before dismissing the class early. "Did you see his eyes?" Harry asked as they left. They looked different, almost reddish. And his voice changed completely, Hermione added, still shaken by the outburst. It was colder, sharper. "He's losing control," Harry said grimly. "Voldemort is taking over more frequently." Their concerns took a back seat when Hagrid inadvertently revealed he had acquired a dragon egg, which hatched into a Norwegian ridgeback he named Norbert. The resulting adventure, involving a midnight expedition to the astronomy tower where Charlie Weasley's friends collected the rapidly growing dragon, ended in disaster when they were caught by Filch on their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Their punishment was a detention in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, tracking down an injured unicorn. When Harry, separated from the others and accompanied only by Draco Malfoy, discovered the unicorn's corpse with a hooded figure drinking its blood, he experienced a searing pain in his scar that nearly blinded him. A centaur named Firenze rescued them, explaining afterward that unicorn blood could sustain someone clinging to life, though at a terrible price. But who would be that desperate? Harry asked. Death would be better than a cursed life. Can you think of no one? Firenze replied. No one who has waited years to return to power, who has clung to life, awaiting their chance. Voldemort, Harry whispered. Harry! Harry, are you all right? Hermione came running toward them with Hagrid puffing along behind her. I'm fine, he assured her, though his mind was racing with the implications of what he'd seen. The unicorn's dead, Hagrid, it's in that clearing back there. Later that night, safely back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry shared everything with Ron and Hermione. Snape wants the stone for you-know-who, Ron concluded. With the elixir of life, he wouldn't need unicorn blood to stay alive. He could come back to full power. It's not Snape, Harry said firmly. It's Quirrell. He's the one possessed by Voldemort, and he's getting desperate. The unicorn blood is just a temporary measure while he tries to get the stone. But Snape tried to kill you during that first Quidditch match, Hermione protested. I saw him cursing your broom. Or he was performing a counter-curse, Harry countered. Remember how Quirrell was staring at me too? I think Snape suspects Quirrell and has been trying to prevent him from getting to the stone. The pieces were falling into place, Quirrell's deteriorating condition, his interest in both the stone and Azkaban, Snape's apparent antagonism that was actually protection. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione insisted. We don't have proof, Harry pointed out. Just suspicions. And Dumbledore already knows something's wrong with Quirrell, he's the one who suggested my occlumency training. So what do we do? Ron asked. We watch both the stone and the keystones, Harry decided. If Voldemort tries to use either, we'll know. The opportunity to act came sooner than expected. The very next day, Dumbledore was called away to the Ministry on urgent business, a convenient coincidence that immediately raised Harry's suspicions. That night, as they monitored the keystone map in the common room, one of the magical connection lines began pulsing erratically. Someone's tampering with the connection between the Slytherin and Hufflepuff stones, Hermione whispered, pointing to the fluctuating line. Almost simultaneously, Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar and a distant alarm through his connection to Azkaban. The fortress was responding to the disruption in the keystone network. It's happening, he said grimly. Quirrell's making his move, on both fronts at once. They rushed to find Professor McGonagall, but she dismissed their concerns about the stone being in danger, assuring them it was perfectly well protected. When Harry tried to explain about the keystones, she cut him off with a stern warning not to meddle in matters they didn't understand. We have to go ourselves, Harry decided as they regrouped. Quirrell's going after the stone tonight, and he's somehow using it to disrupt the connection to Azkaban. But how? Hermione asked. The stone itself doesn't have any connection to the keystones. Unless. Harry's eyes widened with sudden understanding. The third-floor corridor is directly above the central point of the Pentagon. The stone must be hidden at a focal point of the castle's magic. So getting to the stone puts Quirrell in position to affect the keystones too, Ron concluded. Bloody brilliant, in an evil sort of way. We need to split up, Harry decided. Hermione, you go to the Ollery and send messages to Dumbledore and to Warden Blackthorn. Ron and I will head to the third-floor corridor to try to stop Quirrell. But Harry, Hermione protested, if you know who is with him, then I'm the one he wants, Harry finished for her. This is my responsibility, Hermione. The Covenant makes it my duty to protect both Hogwarts and Azkaban. Reluctantly, Hermione agreed to the plan. Armed with the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ron made their way to the forbidden corridor, only to find the door already unlocked and Fluffy, the three-headed dog, fast asleep beside a small, enchanted harp. Quirrell's already been through, Ron whispered as they slipped past the slumbering beast and through the trapdoor it had been guarding. What followed was a harrowing journey through a series of increasingly difficult challenges designed by the Hogwarts professors to protect the stone, Devil's Snare, flying keys, a giant chess set, and a logic puzzle of potions guarding a wall of fire. The chess game required a sacrifice, Ron bravely offering himself to the White Queen so Harry could continue. With Ron unconscious but alive, Harry pressed on alone through the final challenges until he reached the last chamber. There, as he had expected, stood Quirrell before the mirror of Eriste, his turban still in place but his stutter completely gone. "I wondered if I'd be meeting you here, Potter," Quirrell said coolly, turning to face him. "I knew it was you," Harry replied, trying to keep his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "You've been after the stone from the beginning." "Perceptive child," Quirrell smiled unpleasantly. "Yes, who would suspect P. Poor St. stuttering P. Professor Quirrell? Especially with Snape billowing around like an overgrown bat, just waiting to catch me in the act." "Snape was trying to stop you?" "Of course," Quirrell scoffed. "Why do you think he refereed that Quidditch match?" "He was trying to prevent me from finishing what I started with your broom. And he would have succeeded if I hadn't been so weak from feeding my master." Harry's scar exploded with pain as a high, cold voice spoke from somewhere close by. "The boy knows more than he should, about the stone, about the keystones." "Yes, master," Quirrell agreed, then addressed Harry again. "You've been quite the busy little investigator, haven't you, Potter? Discovering the connection between Hogwarts and Azkaban, monitoring the keystones, most impressive for a first year. You're trying to use the stone to break the containment at Azkaban," Harry said, the pieces finally clicking into place. "That's why you need to be at this exact spot in the castle, it's magically aligned with the central keystone." Quirrell's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. "You understand more than I anticipated." "Yes, the stone's alchemical properties can be used to disrupt the keystone network when properly applied. My master seeks allies more powerful than mere humans." "The Dementor Lord isn't an ally," Harry warned, remembering Rookwood's caution. "It doesn't share power, it only consumes it." At this, the high voice spoke again, "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this." Harry watched in horror as Quirrell unwrapped his turban, turning slowly to reveal what was on the back of his head, a terrible face with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body, but with the Philosopher's Stone, I will create a new body, and with the Dementor King as my ally, I will have an army no wizard could withstand." "It won't work," Harry said, fighting through the pain in his scar. "The containment is already weakening," Voldemort cut in, his lipless mouth curving in a terrible smile. "Your blood renewed the seals, but blood can also break them. Quirrell has been siphoning the magic from the keystones for months, redirecting it away from Azkaban. The connection grows weaker by the hour." Harry realized with horror that the strange fluctuations he'd felt in the Covenant connection hadn't been his imagination. Quirrell had been gradually undermining the magical foundations that supported both Hogwarts and Azkaban. "Now," Voldemort continued, "you will help us acquire the stone. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see." Forced in front of the mirror of Eriste, Harry saw his reflection smile and drop a blood-red stone into his pocket. The stone had somehow passed from the mirror into his actual pocket. Lying to Voldemort about what he'd seen bought him precious seconds, but Voldemort sensed the deception. "He lies. He lies. Let me handle him, master." Quirrell lunged at Harry, his hands closing around Harry's throat. To Harry's astonishment, Quirrell released him almost immediately, howling in pain and staring at his blistering hands. "I cannot touch him, master. His skin burns me." "Then kill him, fool, and be done," Voldemort screeched. As Quirrell raised his wand to cast a killing curse, Harry acted instinctively, lunging forward to press his hands against Quirrell's face. The professor screamed in agony as his skin burned and blistered at Harry's touch. Despite the searing pain in his scar, Harry held on, somehow understanding that his touch was lethal to Quirrell while Voldemort possessed him. Their struggle ended when Harry lost consciousness from the pain, the world fading to black around him. He awoke in the hospital wing to find Dumbledore sitting beside his bed, his blue eyes twinkling with relief. "Good afternoon, Harry," the headmaster greeted him. "You've had quite the adventure, I see." Over the next half hour, Dumbledore explained what had happened, how he had arrived just in time to pull Harry off Quirrell, how the protection from his mother's sacrifice made it impossible for Voldemort to touch him, and how the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed with Nicholas Flamel's agreement. "What about Azkaban?" Harry asked urgently. "Voldemort said the keystones were being drained, that the containment was weakening." "Ah, yes." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "Your warning to Warden Blackthorn arrived just in time. The fortress experienced significant magical fluctuations as Professor Quirrell attempted to redirect the keystone energy, but the recent strengthening you performed during the Yule ritual prevented a catastrophic failure." "So the containment held?" Harry pressed, needing to be certain. "It held," Dumbledore confirmed, "though not without cost. The Dementors became highly agitated during the event. Several attempted to break their bounds, and one prisoner, Barty Crouch Jr., nearly escaped in the confusion." "And the Dementor Lord? Is it still secure?" Dumbledore studied Harry carefully. "The entity remains contained, though I believe it sensed the opportunity Voldemort was attempting to create. The Department of Mysteries reports increased psychic activity from the sealed chamber." Harry processed this information with relief tinged with concern. The immediate crisis had been averted, but the vulnerabilities in the system had been exposed. "Professor, the connection between Hogwarts and Azkaban, it's both a strength and a weakness, isn't it? Voldemort will try again to exploit it." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded, looking impressed by Harry's insight. "Which is why we must take steps to reinforce the Keystone Network before next term. I believe you, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger have already made admirable progress in that direction with your monitoring charm." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment. "You knew about that?" "Harry, very little happens in this castle without my awareness," Dumbledore smiled. "Your initiative was commendable, though perhaps next time you might consult with the faculty before attempting advanced magical protections." The conversation shifted to the events in the chamber with Quirrell, the protection Harry's mother had left in his blood, and Voldemort's continued existence in a weakened form. By the time Madame Pomfrey shooed Dumbledore away, Harry had much to think about. 3 days later, Harry was released from the hospital wing just in time for the end-of-year feast. Thanks to last-minute points awarded by Dumbledore for their heroism in protecting the stone, Gryffindor won the House Cup, though Harry took more satisfaction in knowing that both Hogwarts and Azkaban remained secure. As the Hogwarts Express carried them back toward London, Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a compartment, discussing the year's events and their plans for the summer. "You'll come and stay with us, won't you?" Ron asked Harry. "I'll send an owl." "Thanks, but I need to spend at least part of the summer at Azkaban," Harry replied. "The Covenant requires my presence for a full inspection of the containment after what happened." "Will you be allowed visitors?" Hermione asked tentatively. "I've read that Azkaban isn't typically open to the public, but given your position." Harry considered this. In previous summers, his visits to Azkaban had been strictly official, with only ministry representatives and his goblin advisors present. The idea of showing Ron and Hermione his other responsibility was both appealing and concerning. "I'll ask Warden Blackthorn," he promised. "Maybe for a short visit toward the end of summer, after the official business is concluded." As the train pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry said goodbye to his friends with mixed emotions. Part of him dreaded returning to the Dursleys, even briefly, but another part looked forward to the time he would spend at Azkaban, strengthening its defenses and learning more about his Covenant responsibilities. "Remember, you're not allowed to use magic outside school," Hermione reminded them as they prepared to disembark. "The Dursleys don't know that," Harry grinned. "I'm going to have a lot of fun with Dudley this summer." The North Sea stretched grey and choppy beneath the Ministry transport boat as it approached Azkaban Fortress. 2 weeks into the summer holiday, Harry had completed his obligatory stay with the Dursleys and was now returning to the prison for what Nagnok had described as critical Covenant maintenance, following Voldemort's attempt to breach the containment. Warden Blackthorn waited at the dock, his weathered face breaking into a rare smile as Harry disembarked. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. The fortress has been anticipating your arrival." Harry could feel it too, a heightened awareness through the Covenant connection, the semi-sentient building responding to his physical presence with what almost felt like relief. How bad was it? Harry asked as they walked toward the entrance. During Quirrell's attempt, I mean. Blackthorn's expression grew grim. Worse than I initially reported. The Dementors nearly revolted, it took everything we had to maintain control. And the entity below. He glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. It was communicating with the prisoners, Mr. Potter. Not just one or two, but dozens of them, all at once. Promising freedom, power, especially to those who served you-know-who during the war. Has it stopped now that the Keystone Drain has been repaired? Mostly, though not entirely. The Lestranges still report dreams, as does Rookwood, though he at least recognizes them for what they are. Blackthorn led them into his office, closing the door before continuing. The Department of Mysteries believes the entity was able to establish more persistent mental connections during the fluctuation, connections that remained partially active even after the containment stabilized. This was concerning news. If the Dementor Lord could maintain mental influence over certain prisoners despite the renewed containment, it represented a significant security risk. I need to inspect the sealed chamber, Harry decided. Today, if possible. Blackthorn nodded, unsurprised. The Unspeakables have prepared the way. They've developed new monitoring charms to better track the entity's psychic activities. The next several days fell into an exhausting routine. Each morning, Harry worked with the Department of Mysteries representatives to assess and reinforce the containment seals. The afternoons were spent in meetings with ministry officials, including 2 uncomfortable sessions with Dolores Umbridge, who continued to question the wisdom of allowing a mere child to control such a crucial magical facility. The Covenant magic doesn't care about my age, Harry had finally snapped during their second meeting. And neither does the Dementor Lord. It only cares about the blood connection. Unless you'd like to volunteer to take my place inside the containment chamber. Umbridge had retreated after that, though her saccharine smile promised future conflicts. In the evenings, Harry studied the extensive records of previous Covenant holders, stored in the fortress's private library. The journals of his ancestors painted a troubling picture, generation after generation of Potters maintaining a containment that, while effective, had never been a permanent solution. The Dementor Lord was patient, immortal, and constantly testing its bounds. On the 4th night of his stay, Harry was awakened by the fortress connection flaring urgently in his mind. Something was happening in the lower levels, something that required his immediate attention. He dressed quickly and made his way through the darkened corridors, passing startled guards who recognized him but were clearly surprised to see the young owner moving through the prison at such an hour. "Mr. Potter? Is everything all right?" one of them asked as Harry approached the stairwell leading to the high-security level. "Fortress business," Harry replied tersely. "Continue your rounds." The guard nodded, though he watched with concern as Harry descended the stairs. The high-security level was eerily quiet, the cells dark except for the soft glow of monitoring charms. As Harry passed Rookwood's cell, the former Unspeakable appeared at the bars, looking unsurprised to see him. "You feel it too, then," Rookwood observed quietly. "The stirring below." Harry paused. "What do you know about it?" "The entity is more active tonight than I've ever sensed it," Rookwood replied. "It's been building for days, gathering strength, focusing its consciousness. I believe it's attempting something significant." "Why tell me this? Why help maintain the containment?" Rookwood's thin lips curved in a humorless smile. "I told you before, Potter, self-preservation. Whatever allegiance I once held to the Dark Lord, it doesn't extend to unleashing forces even he cannot control." Harry studied the prisoner thoughtfully. "Did you help Quirrell with information about the Keystones?" "No," Rookwood replied firmly. "That knowledge came from elsewhere, likely the Dark Lord's own research during his rise to power. He always had a particular interest in magical architecture." Accepting this for now, Harry continued toward the sealed hatch leading to the deepest level. As before, the locks disengaged at his approach, responding to the Covenant magic in his blood. The stairway beyond was illuminated by magical torches that flared to life as he descended, casting long shadows that seemed to move with unnatural fluidity. The containment chamber looked much as it had during his Yule visit, the concentric rings of runic inscriptions surrounding the central black pillar, the new monitoring charms added by the unspeakables hovering at strategic points throughout the space. But something was different, the shadows around the pillar were more active, swirling and churning as though agitated. As Harry approached the outermost ring, a cold voice spoke directly into his mind, "At last you come, young heir. I have been waiting. What do you want?" Harry asked aloud, strengthening his occlumency shields against the mental intrusion. "Such formality," the voice mocked. "After all we have shared. I know your mind, Harry Potter, as you know mine. We have been connected since the moment your blood touched the Covenant." "We have nothing in common," Harry replied firmly. "Don't we? Both defined by prophecy and circumstance rather than choice. Both bound to roles we did not seek. Both containing power others fear and seek to control." Harry's steps faltered. How did the entity know about the prophecy concerning him and Voldemort? That information was highly classified, even Harry only knew vague details from Dumbledore's carefully worded explanations. "I see much from my prison," the voice continued, seeming to read his thoughts despite his mental shields. "The minds of those above are open books to one of my kind. Your Voldemort, for instance, such delicious fear beneath his rage. He pretends to seek alliance, yet plans betrayal. Typical human short-sightedness." "You spoke to Voldemort?" Harry asked, alarmed. "When?" "When he wore the stutterer like a cloak. His fractured soul called to me across the distance, so damaged, so incomplete. A fascinating abomination." Harry processed this new information carefully. The Dementor Lord had apparently established mental contact with Voldemort while he possessed Quirrell, despite the containment. This suggested its psychic reach was greater than anyone had realized. "Why did you summon me here tonight?" Harry demanded, sensing this wasn't merely a social call. The shadows around the pillar coalesced, forming a vaguely humanoid shape within the swirling darkness, a tall, gaunt figure wearing what appeared to be a crown of frozen shadow. "To offer you a choice, Covenant Keeper. The same choice offered to each Potter heir before you." "What choice?" "Release me, and I shall spare those you love. Maintain my prison, and watch them suffer as the darkness rises again. Your Voldemort is but the harbinger of what comes." Harry approached the innermost containment circle, studying the entity more closely. Within the shadowy form, he could make out a face, ancient, gaunt, with empty eye sockets that nonetheless conveyed terrible intelligence. "You've made this offer before," Harry realized. "To my ancestors. To every keeper since Alaric Potter first betrayed our arrangement. Some considered it more seriously than others. Your grandfather was particularly receptive during the war against Grindelwald. The fear of those times made my offer compelling. But none of them accepted," Harry pointed out. "None of them set you free. None faced the confluence of threats that you will face," the entity countered. "The broken soul seeks to return. The darkness he merely borrowed rises on its own. And caught between them stands a child, bearing burdens beyond his years." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Dementors patrolling above. There was something in the entity's words, a certainty about coming events that suggested either knowledge or foresight. "You know something about Voldemort's plans," Harry said. "Something beyond what happened this year." The crowned shadow seemed to smile, though it had no proper mouth. "I know that what died may live again. I know that what was hidden will be found. I know that the Chamber of Secrets holds more than myths and monsters." "The Chamber of Secrets? What does that have to do with anything?" "Everything connects, young keeper. Slytherin's chamber, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Gryffindor's sword, and Potter's fortress. The founders wove their legacies together in ways even they did not fully comprehend. Harry's head was spinning with these cryptic statements. What was the entity trying to tell him? Was this genuine information or manipulation? You doubt me, the voice observed. Wise, but unnecessary. I cannot lie to the covenant holder, it is part of my binding. I may obscure, I may mislead through omission, but direct falsehood is beyond my capacity when addressing Potter blood. Then tell me plainly, what is coming? What should I prepare for? The fractured soul approaches completion. 7 was his goal, 7 pieces to ensure immortality. Find them, destroy them, and your enemy becomes mortal once more. Fail, and he rises stronger than before. Harry struggled to make sense of this. Voldemort split his soul 7 times. Horcruxes, the entity supplied. The darkest magic, tearing the soul through murder, preserving the fragments in chosen vessels. Your scar aches in his presence because it contains what he never meant to give. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. His scar, his connection to Voldemort, was more than just a curse mark. It contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. You're lying, he whispered, though he knew instinctively that the entity was telling the truth. It explained too much, the mental connection, the pain in his scar, his ability to speak Parseltongue, a fact he discovered but told no one about. I cannot lie to you, Covenant Keeper, the voice repeated. You carry my enemy's soul shard, just as you carry the key to my prison. We are connected in ways neither of us chose. Harry's mind raced, trying to process everything he was learning. If what the Dementor Lord said was true, then destroying Voldemort would be far more complicated than anyone realized. It would require finding and eliminating multiple soul fragments hidden who knew where. Why tell me this? He asked finally. How does this information serve your goal of freedom? Because our fates are intertwined, Harry Potter. The prophecy that binds you to the fractured one also touches me. Neither can live while the other survives, but which other? The Dark Lord, or the Dementor King? A cold certainty settled over Harry. The entity was manipulating him, yes, but with truth rather than lies, perhaps the most effective form of manipulation. I won't release you, Harry said firmly. Whatever's coming, unleashing you would only make it worse. The shadowy figure seemed to sigh. As expected, though disappointing. Your ancestor Alaric made a similar choice, though with less information than I have provided you. Why did you summon me tonight, specifically? What's changed? The seals weaken again, not from external assault this time, but from internal pressure. My strength grows as fear spreads in the world above. Your Voldemort's return creates favorable conditions for my kind. Harry approached the innermost containment circle, examining the runes carefully. They still glowed with the power of his Yule renewal, but he could see subtle fluctuations in their pattern, pulses of instability that hadn't been present before. I'll reinforce the containment, Harry decided. Tomorrow, with the unspeakables. It will not hold forever, young keeper. Each renewal buys time, nothing more. The final reckoning merely delays. Then I'll keep renewing it, Harry replied stubbornly. For as long as necessary. The entity's shadowy form began to dissolve, retreating back into the pillar. Its final words echoed in Harry's mind as the chamber returned to its normal state, we shall speak again, Harry Potter. When the chamber opens and innocence falters. When the fractured soul takes form once more. Remember then what I have offered, and what I have revealed. Harry made his way back up through the prison levels, his mind still reeling from the encounter. The entity had given him crucial information about Voldemort, information that could prove vital in the coming conflict. But it had done so for its own purposes, attempting to establish itself as a potential ally rather than an ancient enemy. Most troubling was the reference to the Chamber of Secrets and the coming year at Hogwarts. The Dementor Lord had implied that something significant would happen, something connected to Voldemort's fractured soul. When he reached the administrative level, Harry found Warden Blackthorn waiting in his office, looking concerned. The monitoring charms detected unusual activity in the sealed chamber, Blackthorn explained. I was about to send for the unspeakables when the fortress informed me you were already there. The entity summoned me, Harry replied, collapsing into a chair across from the warden's desk. It wanted to talk. Talk? Blackthorn repeated incredulously. About what? Harry hesitated, unsure how much he should reveal. The information about Horcruxes seemed too dangerous and personal to share widely, but the warning about weakening seals required immediate attention. It claims the containment is weakening from internal pressure rather than external attack, he said finally. That Voldemort's return is creating favorable conditions for its kind. Blackthorn's expression darkened. Not entirely surprising. Dementors feed on fear and despair, emotions that multiply during dark times. The entity would naturally grow stronger as those emotions become more prevalent. We need to reinforce the seals again, Harry decided. And develop better monitoring for the entity's psychic activities. It's been communicating with prisoners more than we realized. I'll contact the department immediately, Blackthorn agreed. Though I must warn you, Madame Umbridge continues to push for greater ministry control over Azkaban's operations. She'll use any sign of containment issues to argue that the situation requires adult supervision. The Covenant doesn't recognize ministry authority, Harry reminded him. Only Potter blood can maintain the seals. A fact she finds most inconvenient, Blackthorn replied with a grim smile. Be prepared for political maneuvering alongside the magical challenges, Mr. Potter. The next week passed in a flurry of activity. Harry worked with the Unspeakables to develop an enhanced containment protocol, incorporating elements from his successful Yule ritual with new monitoring charms designed to track the entity's psychic reach. The blood renewal ritual was performed with additional safeguards, including protective circles to prevent the Dementor Lord from attempting to hijack the connection. Throughout it all, Harry continued to ponder the entity's warnings about the coming year. The Chamber of Secrets was mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, but only as a legend, Slytherin's hidden chamber supposedly containing a monster. What connection could it have to Voldemort's fractured soul? And the Horcruxes themselves, if Voldemort had truly split his soul 7 times, finding and destroying all the fragments would be an enormous task. Harry needed more information, but who could he trust with such dangerous knowledge? On his final night at Azkaban, Harry requested a meeting with Augustus Rookwood. The former Unspeakable was brought to a secure interview room, his hands bound with magic-suppressing shackles. Mr. Potter, Rookwood greeted him with obvious curiosity. To what do I owe this unexpected conversation? Information, Harry replied directly. About Horcruxes. Rookwood's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. That is, not a word I expected to hear from someone your age. Or indeed, from anyone not deeply immersed in the darkest arts. I need to understand what they are and how they can be destroyed, Harry pressed. And I think you might know. The Department of Mysteries maintains certain knowledge deemed too dangerous for general circulation, Rookwood acknowledged carefully. During my tenure, I had access to most restricted archives. Then you know about Horcruxes. In theory only, Rookwood clarified. The actual creation of such abominations was never my area of study. But yes, I understand the basic principles, splitting the soul through murder, embedding the fragment in an object to anchor one's existence to the physical plane even if the body is destroyed. How are they destroyed? Harry asked, getting to his critical question. Rookwood studied him thoughtfully. This isn't mere academic curiosity, is it? You believe the Dark Lord created Horcruxes. Did he? A shadow crossed Rookwood's aristocratic features. There were rumors among the inner circle. The Dark Lord sometimes spoke of having gone further than any wizard toward immortality. I dismissed it as megalomaniacal boasting at the time, but in retrospect. How are they destroyed? Harry repeated more firmly. The vessel must be damaged beyond magical repair, Rookwood replied after a moment's consideration. Basilisk venom is one of the few substances capable of this. Fiend fire, cursed fire, is another, though notoriously difficult to control. I believe goblin-forged weapons imbued with certain substances might also suffice. Harry absorbed this information, his mind already turning to practical considerations. Basilisk venom would be nearly impossible to obtain, and fiendfire was far beyond his magical capabilities. If the Dementor Lord was correct about Harry himself containing a Horcrux, the situation became even more complicated. "One more question," Harry said. "What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" If he expected another flicker of recognition, he was disappointed. Rookwood merely looked puzzled. "Slytherin's mythical hidden chamber. Little more than legend, as far as I know." "Why?" "Just something the entity mentioned," Harry replied vaguely. "It suggested a connection between the chamber and Voldemort's plans." "The entity speaks to you directly?" Rookwood asked sharply. "That's unusual. Previous Covenant holders reported only vague impressions, not coherent communication." "The connection has been strengthening," Harry admitted. "Especially since the containment fluctuations during the Quirrell incident." Rookwood leaned forward, his expression suddenly intense. "Be careful, Potter. The entity is ancient and patient beyond human comprehension. It will use truth to manipulate where lies would fail. Every piece of information it provides serves its ultimate goal of freedom." "I'm aware of its motivations," Harry assured him. "But that doesn't mean the information isn't valuable. Just remember that value and truth aren't the same thing," Rookwood cautioned. "The most dangerous deceptions contain perfect truths arranged to create false conclusions." As Harry left Azkaban the next morning, the fortress rising behind him like a dark sentinel against the stormy sky, he felt the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. His second year at Hogwarts loomed ahead, shadowed by cryptic warnings and the knowledge that Voldemort's return was not a question of if, but when. Yet alongside the burden came a new determination. Whatever challenges the coming year might bring, the Chamber of Secrets, Voldemort's Horcruxes, or the Dementor Lord's manipulations, Harry would face them with open eyes and the support of friends who had proven their loyalty. He had successfully balanced his dual roles as student and Covenant Keeper for 1 year. He would find a way to do so again, no matter what darkness rose to challenge him. The last weeks of summer passed quickly. After finalizing the enhanced containment protocols at Azkaban, Harry spent a week at the Burrow with the Weasleys, reveling in the chaotic warmth of family life so different from both Privet Drive and the fortress. Ron's parents treated him like another son, making no mention of his unusual responsibilities except when Mr. Weasley occasionally asked carefully worded questions about the administrative improvements Harry had implemented at Azkaban. Fred and George were determined to make him laugh, while Ginny, Ron's younger sister, seemed unable to speak in his presence, fleeing the room whenever he entered. "She's been talking about you all summer," Ron explained with a roll of his eyes. "It's pathetic, really." The Weasleys' trip to Diagon Alley to purchase school supplies became an adventure in itself when they encountered Lucius Malfoy and his son Draco in Flourish and Blotts. The senior Malfoy had made several snide remarks about the Weasleys' financial situation, leading to a physical altercation with Mr. Weasley that Hagrid had been forced to break up. What bothered Harry most about the encounter, however, was Lucius Malfoy's strange behavior toward Ginny Weasley, specifically, the way he had picked up her second-hand Transfiguration book, examined it with disdain, and then returned it to her cauldron after making a disparaging comment about her family. Something about the interaction had felt off, though Harry couldn't pinpoint why until later that evening when he remembered the Dementor Lord's warning about the Chamber of Secrets. Lucius Malfoy had been a Death Eater, one who had avoided Azkaban by claiming to be under the Imperius Curse. Could he be involved in whatever was supposedly coming to Hogwarts? By the time September 1st arrived, Harry had decided against sharing his concerns with Ron and Hermione until he had more concrete information. The knowledge about Horcruxes and the soul fragment he potentially carried was too disturbing and too personal to discuss without further confirmation. The journey to Hogwarts itself became yet another adventure when Harry and Ron found themselves unable to pass through the barrier at King's Cross, eventually resorting to flying Mr. Weasley's enchanted car to school, a decision that nearly resulted in their expulsion when they crashed into the Whomping Willow. "Of all the trees to hit, you had to get one that hits back," Ron groaned as they trudged up to the castle. The term began normally enough, with classes resuming and the familiar rhythms of school life quickly re-establishing themselves. Harry found himself watching for signs of the Chamber of Secrets, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was looking for. Lockhart, the new defense against the dark arts professor, proved to be more interested in fame than actual teaching, while Snape seemed to have doubled down on his antagonism toward Harry following the events with the Philosopher's Stone. The first real indication that something was wrong came in October, when Harry began hearing a strange, disembodied voice during his detention with Lockhart. "Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you." The voice was cold and murderous, yet no one else seemed able to hear it. When Harry heard it again while walking with Ron and Hermione, leading them to discover the petrified form of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging from a torch bracket beneath foot-high words written on the wall, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." A chill ran down Harry's spine as he read the message. The Dementor Lord's warning was coming true, the chamber had indeed been opened. But by whom? And what was the monster within that could petrify cats? The school buzzed with rumors and theories. The Slytherins seemed particularly pleased by the development, with Draco Malfoy openly gloating about mudbloods being next. Harry found himself watching Malfoy carefully, wondering if the son was involved in whatever plan the father might have set in motion. When Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, was found petrified a few weeks later, the threat became more urgent. Harry, Ron, and Hermione redoubled their investigation, eventually determining through a combination of research and careful questioning of Professor Binns that the monster in the chamber was likely a basilisk, a giant serpent whose direct gaze could kill, though seeing it indirectly, through a reflection or camera lens, resulted in petrification. "That explains why I can hear it when no one else can," Harry realized. "It's a snake, I'm hearing Parseltongue." The discovery that Harry could speak to snakes had been an unwelcome revelation earlier in the term, when a disastrous dueling club session had exposed this ability in front of the entire school. The resulting rumors that Harry himself might be Slytherin's heir had created a painful isolation that only Ron and Hermione had pierced. Now, with the basilisk identified, they faced a new problem, determining who was controlling it and how to stop them. The answer came in an unexpected form when Hermione was found petrified in the library, a torn page clutched in her hand that revealed not only the basilisk's identity but its method of movement, the plumbing. With Hermione in the hospital wing and the school on the verge of closing after Ginny Weasley was taken into the chamber itself, Harry and Ron made the desperate decision to follow the spiders as Hagrid had cryptically advised before being taken to Azkaban on suspicion of opening the chamber. This led them to Aragog, an ancient acromantula in the Forbidden Forest who confirmed Hagrid's innocence in the original opening 50 years ago and hinted at a girl who had died in a bathroom. Moaning Myrtle, Harry realized. The entrance to the chamber must be in her bathroom. Racing back to the castle, they discovered the entrance, a sink with a small snake engraved on the tap, and Harry used Parseltongue to open it. With the reluctant assistance of the fraud Lockhart, who they had caught attempting to flee, they descended into the Chamber of Secrets. What followed was a confrontation that would change Harry's understanding of both himself and Voldemort forever. In the chamber, he discovered not just the basilisk, but the source of the year's horrors, a diary containing the preserved memory of 16-year-old Tom Riddle, who revealed himself to be the young Voldemort. A memory, Riddle explained, preserved in a diary for 50 years. As Harry stared at the handsome, dark-haired boy who would grow up to murder his parents, a terrible realization struck him. This wasn't just a memory, this was a Horcrux, one of the soul fragments the Dementor Lord had warned him about. The confrontation escalated as Riddle called forth the basilisk and revealed how he had possessed Ginny through the diary, forcing her to open the chamber and release the serpent. As Harry battled the enormous snake with the help of Fawkes, Dumbledore's Phoenix, and the Sorting Hat, which delivered Gryffindor's sword, he felt a strange doubling of his awareness. Part of him remained focused on the desperate fight, dodging the basilisk strikes and eventually driving the sword through the roof of its mouth. But another part of his consciousness reached outward through the Covenant connection, sensing something awakening miles away at Azkaban. The Dementor Lord was stirring, responding to the activation of Riddle's Horcrux. The containment runes were fluctuating again, resonating with the dark magic being unleashed in the chamber. As the basilisk's fang pierced Harry's arm, injecting deadly venom into his bloodstream, that distant awareness sharpened. The entity in Azkaban seemed to be reaching for him, offering its power to combat the poison. "Accept my help, Covenant Keeper," the cold voice whispered across the miles. "Let me sustain you until the Phoenix arrives. The price is small, merely a weakening of certain seals." Even in his pain-filled delirium, Harry recognized the manipulation. "No," he gasped aloud, though Riddle assumed he was responding to the physical agony. Harry turned his focus to the diary instead, driving the basilisk fang into its pages. Ink poured like blood from the punctured book, and Riddle's screams echoed through the chamber as his manifestation dissolved. Fawkes landed beside Harry, tears falling onto his wounded arm. The healing magic of Phoenix tears pushed back the basilisk venom, saving his life without requiring the Dementor Lord's assistance. As they emerged from the chamber, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and the memory-wiped Lockhart, Harry could still feel the distant presence of Azkaban settling back into its normal state, the containment stabilizing as the Horcrux's influence faded. Later, in Dumbledore's office, Harry recounted the events in the chamber, though he carefully omitted any mention of the Dementor Lord's attempted intervention. When Dumbledore explained how Voldemort had transferred some of his powers to Harry the night he gave him his scar, Harry knew this was only part of the truth. What had really been transferred was a fragment of soul, a Horcrux, just as the Dementor Lord had claimed. "Professor," Harry began carefully, "the diary wasn't just a memory, was it? It was something more." Dumbledore's blue eyes studied him over half-moon spectacles. "What makes you say that, Harry?" "The way it possessed Ginny, how it drained her life force to become physical, that's beyond normal enchantment, isn't it?" A long moment of silence followed as Dumbledore seemed to debate how much to reveal. "You are correct," he said finally. "The diary was a very dark magical object containing a fragment of Voldemort's essence. There are few wizards who would recognize what you encountered for what it truly was." "And yet you do," Harry observed. "I have spent many years studying Tom Riddle and his methods," Dumbledore acknowledged. "The diary confirms certain theories I have held about how he survived that night in Godric's Hollow." Harry waited, hoping the headmaster would elaborate on these theories, perhaps confirming what he already suspected about Horcruxes, but Dumbledore merely smiled gently. "You have done something remarkable today, Harry. You have destroyed one of Voldemort's most powerful weapons and saved a young girl's life in the process. That is enough for now, I think." As the term concluded with the reinstatement of Hagrid, the awakening of the petrified students, and the cancellation of exams, to Hermione's dismay, Harry found himself reflecting on the connections between the year's events and the Dementor Lord's warnings. The entity had been right about the chamber opening. It had been right about the diary being a fragment of Voldemort's soul. What else might it be right about? On the train ride back to London, Harry made a decision. He would need to speak with the Dementor Lord again, more directly this time. Not to accept its offers of alliance, but to extract whatever information he could about Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes. Knowledge was power, and in the coming conflict, Harry would need every advantage. "You're quiet," Hermione observed as the Hogwarts Express steamed through the countryside. "Thinking about next year already?" Harry smiled faintly. "Just reflecting on patterns. 2 years at Hogwarts, 2 confrontations with Voldemort. I'm sensing a trend." "Mate, don't jinx it," Ron groaned. "Maybe next year can just be about Quidditch and Hogsmeade visits." "Maybe," Harry agreed, though he doubted it. Between his Covenant responsibilities and whatever Voldemort might be planning next, normal school experiences seemed increasingly out of reach. As King's Cross came into view, Harry felt the familiar tug of Azkaban at the edge of his consciousness. The fortress was waiting for his summer visit, the containment stable but requiring his attention. This time, however, he would be going with specific questions, and a determination to use the Dementor Lord's knowledge without falling prey to its manipulations. If war was coming, as all signs suggested, then Harry needed to understand all the players on the board, not just those aligned with the light. The Dementor King had offered insight into Voldemort's soul fragments. Now Harry intended to discover what else it knew, about the remaining Horcruxes, about the prophecy that bound them together, and about the role Harry himself might play in the conflicts to come. Summer stretched before him, a brief respite before what he suspected would be an increasingly dangerous future. But Harry Potter was no longer the confused 7-year-old who had accidentally activated a blood covenant. He was the master of Azkaban, destroyer of a basilisk, and, though few knew it, the unwitting carrier of his enemy's soul. Whatever came next, he would face it with the strength of his covenant magic and the loyalty of his friends. The Dementor Lord and Voldemort might be playing their own long games, but Harry was learning the rules, and he intended to survive. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.